Welcome everybody to night 2 of the Onslaught 7v7 tournament on the North American server. Some people would even say the best server, and I am joined with my co-host, the Love Hitman, and Bloop Tev.
Yeah,
How are you guys doing tonight?
it's exciting. Of course, we're going to have a fun set of matches tonight as we're going to get all the way to the finals, see who's going to win this cup all together. And yeah, I'm excited to be here. It's going to be an exciting day.
Yeah, you two switched spaces. So now I got Scott next to me and Hitman's all
Yeah,
over
it's
there.
I honestly I just didn't really want to be that close to you, Bloop. So
Oh.
I made a special request that I'd be a little bit separated. So
Oh, I understand. I showered today though.
yeah, that's not it.
I did too. I
Thought
showered
that'd
as
help.
well.
It's all right.
Yeah, we got some World of Tanks to play though,
Yeah.
or to watch.
Yeah.
Yeah, we do. Kian trying to come in here and embarrass us in the middle of the cast, you know?
Shut up, dude.
Either way, we got some exciting matches starting out. We are going to have Dopamine, who, beat Burbology yesterday in such a crazy fashion in overtime. And we will have them facing off against Stacked as well. So here, let me see here.
Oh,
Yeah,
they're changing it for us.
Yeah, we'll go ahead and take a look here at the matches we got lined up. First off, we're going to be starting with Dopa versus Stacked. So we saw Dopa yesterday playing against Burbology, taking that really tight overtime win by just a tank, even though they pretty much lost the game. And Stacked took a pretty easy series against Defend on Attack. And after that, in the lower bracket, we're going to be having MLP with the great series versus Burbology versus Defend on Attack, who we previously mentioned.
Yeah, and 1 second, I think I need to fix my microphone here as well.
Just pretend like you're not talking and Bloop take over.
Yeah, so we've got a background screen going on right here. Can't wait for something to pop up. There we go. Hey, look, a bracket. So yeah, the four matches on the left are what happened yesterday. We saw Stacked beat Def on Attack. We saw Dopa barely beat Burbology. We saw Def on Attack take out Sin Signal, and then MLP coming in with the upset on Burbology to knock them out of the tournament early on. So I believe our first game today is Stacked versus Dopamine. The winner to that advances to the grand final, and the loser of that goes to the lower bracket final, where they will have to play against the second match winner of MLP or Defense on Attack.
Yeah, and it's going to definitely be really exciting. I got my microphone fixed, so it's not coming through as a webcam. That's always good. And yeah, honestly, from what we saw from MLP as well, beating the Bears, I really think it's still up for grabs, really. I don't think there's a clear favorite after these first few games. And we saw Dopamine barely edge out the Bears. Stack destroyed Defend on Attack. And we're kind of seeing the maps that we're going to be playing on going ahead to Glacier, which has definitely been a popular map in this tournament so far for the NA teams. See it almost every single match, heading on to Ghost Town after that, and then Cliff as the final match. So I don't think we've seen too much Ghost Town, actually. I think maybe one or so games.
I think this might be our first Ghost Town.
Yeah,
it is.
Okay, yeah, so definitely not a popular map for us. I know it was played a fair amount over in the EU when I was watching that tournament earlier. So excited to kind of get our first taste of Ghost Town.
Yeah, and go ahead, Blue.
I was just say I want to watch people play Ansk because I feel like that's a cool map. We haven't seen that map this tournament either.
That is true. That's another map that these teams have been shying away from. I've seen it banned first a lot of times. So it's just one of those maps teams are just kind of figuring, hey, it's too annoying to play. Maybe it's a 50-50 map to teams, and it's like it just ends up being a camp fest. They don't want to bother with it. But checking out the rosters here, Dopa, of course, with Spirit, with Dark, Nexus, Ferret, Owl, Kern, PM Blur, and Choppa. Definitely a very strong roster.
Yeah, definitely. I think that Dopa, one of your favorites, we kind of see what they're made of yesterday is OP, Kill Range, Coman, Jackifa, Frugo, John, Blaze, Deft, and Got You Baby on Stacked here are kind of the opposite. We got a really quick series of them, and I don't think we quite got to see what they're made of yet.
Yeah,
we basically saw them roll over defense on attack, and then they got to chill the rest of the night.
Yeah, they just got a quick 4-0 and they're like, okay, well, hey, we'll see you guys tomorrow. So we've only seen 4 games from them. Like, we haven't seen this team face any adversity so far. And I would be amazed if Dopamine does not provide such adversity, as you can kind of see our predictions here.
Scott, what is that prediction?
I actually
he did predict 4-3 in favor of Dopamine.
4-3 in favor of Dopamine.
So
that's
either
not
way,
what the stream says.
we're all
0-0 to tech win.
We're all favoriting Dopamine in this series, even though Stacked was so dominant yesterday. We were just kind of taking it like, hey, Stacked didn't play against a great opponent. We don't really know what we got from them yet. So it's time for them to prove us wrong. I mean, it's a solid team. We were talking about it yesterday. OP Hacker, over the course of the 3 seasons of Onslaught, has upwards of about 4,000 games. I think even more than that. So he is well versed in this mode, and he's done a lot of.
Yeah, and we're going to be heading into the match here, as we've got lineup sort of coming up. We got to wait on them.
Yeah, but the game is started actually. So Dopamine not bringing an RHM.
Can you hear Hitman?
I can hear at least. So you might need to just reload it real quick.
Yeah.
But either way, yeah, I'll talk here. So yeah, we do see the double 60 TPs. We see a BZ75 mouse, triple E50 from Dopamine. Not going with any light tanks means that they're going to have to be playing aggressive here, because giving up that amount of vision with that recon is a pretty significant change. As you can see, them spinning about 5 tanks to go and contest this middle ground. But having said that, the bleed is pretty even so far. Gotcha Baby with a little bit too aggressive of a poke so far here.
Yeah.
And Ferret catching on fire. Not a great start for that man.
Yeah, Ferret got quite punished here for positioning. Frugo poking up pretty heavily here in the center, taking some shots from the outside as we get the E50M in J4. OP Hacker has moved up pretty far along the K line. He's going to be getting some RHM support to maybe try to 2v1 that E50M out there with Spirit, as now Dopamine kind of getting aggressive on this bridge. They're trying to push back Stack, as we're seeing they're moving up in every direction, but they're bleeding heavily for it.
Yeah, and the thing is, not bringing that light tank, you almost need to play this sort of aggressive attack, but at the same time, it's not, the trades aren't going super favorably for either team. It's super even. Nexus taking a ton of damage though. Ferret might go down.
Yeah, Ferret's gonna fall down. Gotcha Baby taking a lot of damage. The tanks from Dopamine still rolling forward. They know that they had that RHM out of the fight. He's back in, just sniping in. Nexus gonna fall down as well. Here comes Hockey. He's pushing in from behind. They're trying to clean up those tanks there in the middle, as we have this 1v1 going on the offside. This is an important fight. Spirit needs to be pretty careful. He's probably gonna die there, as he's down a lot of HP. 353 left on Coman. Hockey on 384. But Coman, before he does go down, is going to find the kill onto Hockey. Dark Ninja going to be tasked with picking him up now, trying to even these tanks back up. Oh, but OP dies. I didn't see what happened. Spirit was way down on HP. John the Terrible's I've been wondering what's happening. John the Terrible's on his side, and that changes the way this looks drastically, as now it's just death.
Sean, how do you manage this? How do you flip in that position? Like, obviously, he had to.
I think that
backed
happened
up,
earlier,
I guess.
and I just couldn't see it.
Yeah, no, I don't think we saw it for a little bit there, but John just on his side. I don't know. It honestly probably would have changed the course of this match. Just him being upright, he would have been able to do so much damage. They just ignored him because he's on his side. There's no reason to put any damage to him.
Yeah.
Like, that was game throwing there for John, and that is not a good way to start out your series.
You gotta farm those fantasy points now on the tank on its side.
Can't into the engine, maybe?
Easy peasy.
No, they're just going for the clean. Okay, chop up. Someone eventually will get that, or actually, yep, finally gets that final kill there. And what a crazy first game.
I am
And man, it's
working on sound just to keep talking.
yeah. Dopa with the first score. I see a new scene actually. You know, they did that yesterday, but what a crazy way to start.
Yeah, John the Terrible's already having a terrible start to his match. I don't know.
Living
I
up
don't know
to his
how he.
name.
I mean, I feel like I have a good idea of how he managed to be on his side. That's a shame because I think they probably had a better chance of winning that game if he wasn't on his side. Um,
Yeah, no, it's. I think they would have had a slightly better chance with a 3,000 HP IS7 not being on his side in the middle of that brawl. Like when we saw that push of Domine, they were echeloning around those tanks. We can see the damage here. John managed to get out 2,300 before getting taken down, but the thing is, he was full HP until the very end. So if he was upright, they weren't just going to be able to ignore him, focus at the air team that's providing that crossfire angle, or they're either having to turn and kill him, allowing his teammates to do a ton of extra damage. Him flipping really did just solo lose that game. As we can see, Spirit Blur, quite solid games for themselves, almost 5,000 damage apiece. And as we kind of mentioned as well, that offside, OP Hacker ended up losing at 1v1 against E50M. That extra DPM ability that E50M gets ended up just being too much for the CS to handle.
yeah, that was definitely a really crucial 1v1 to win. And when I was watching it, I was like not really sure if he was going to be able to win it because at the beginning of it, OP had such a big hit point advantage, and Spirit I think bounced 1 or 2 shots pushing in on OP. That gave me a bit of worry.
Yeah, and
I think
honestly,
the audio issues have been settled.
okay, perfect,
That's good.
perfect. So the thing is, when you're fighting these E50Ms at such close range, when you're in a medium tank, you almost need a 2 to 3 shot HP lead going into it. Like when you only have a strike in return, it does like what, 70 damage if it's on its first level.
Yeah,
And you compare that to a tank that just has like 30% higher DPM just because of its ability. It's an insane. It has near almost 6,000 DPM at that point. It'll shred through tanks so fast.
yeah, that's definitely the reason E50M is such a popular tank in this format, is the ability that it and the 430 you have together, of just the I win the 1v1 button.
Yeah. And hey, we got the correct predictions coming through. So Bloop and I kind
There we
of both kind of thinking of a similar scoreline here. Just thinking about 4-2. We do think it's going to be a contested series, as we saw. I mean, if John didn't flip, Stack probably runs home with that first game. But Dopa, just being the more consistent team here, just ended up being able to take it anyway.
Yeah, not flipping goes a long way there, I gotta say. Not losing a full tank? Pretty good.
You know,
That's pretty good, man.
it turns out it's harder to kill 7 tanks when you only have 6. We saw Chase crash yesterday, and hey, they lost a game because of it, or one of the reasons. We saw a tank get crewed. Basically, a
That
team lost of
was
it.
Wild.
He did end up doing more damage than Nexus and Ferret. So
Yeah, but hey,
I don't know.
if he lived, maybe
True.
5,000 damage, right? Maybe his teammates do more damage. So either way, Stack's just got to shake it off, just pull a Taylor Swift, and let's see if they can come back here.
Yeah, getting in here, we've got their initial lineups here ready. We're waiting for the tanks to start rolling so we can call them off. Quadruple 60 TP here from Stack, W50M, RHM, and from Dopamine 60 TP, E100, S-Conk, CS63, W50M, and 268V4.
Yeah, and Dopamine again electing not to bring that light tank, just forfeiting that extra vision, and just saying like, hey, let's just take the fight. But Stack, I don't mind if they maybe play a little bit more passively off the bat. They're going to be able to wrestle away map control over time just because of that light tank. So we'll have to see if that kind of plays into effect. I feel like it did last game, just having that extra tank to brawl with. Even though John flipped, if they didn't have that extra tank, they very likely could have lost that entire match.
Yeah, we've got the RHM playing aggressive there in the south. Nexus firing some shots off. Not really able to connect anything yet, but we do have Spirit and Choppa both moving through the 0 line, going to be taking the south advantage. Deft is sitting in a passive bush, waiting for those tanks to maybe get spotted and get some more information. But meanwhile, cap pressure is being applied by Dopamine.
Yeah, and honestly, something I find interesting is we don't see any of these bushes blind fired too much, I feel. that Def's sitting at. It's a very common bush that these teams are using. Obviously, there's a lot of trees down there, right? You can't blind fire everything, but to try and get that like specific vision window, there's not like a huge variety of places you can be sitting at. I'm surprised we aren't seeing a lot more blind fire just go through, and just try and hit a random shot. Maybe as you're driving down the 9-0 line, right? Just throwing some shots down, just seeing what lands. But John,
John's gonna be in some trouble. Choppa comes around the corner, instant fire onto that tank. He's already dropping down to 1500 HP. Choppa drives straight in, past the E50M of John the Terrible. A lot of damage now coming Choppa's way. He's trying to get to the next rock. Spirits now move down into Z50M. They both have those reload boosts pop. One more shot's gonna bring him down. Choppa is able to find that with that 650 Alpha gun and knocks down the E50M. So, using those extra tanks for the pickups, and now the damage is gonna start coming in behind Coman as the E50M and 268V4 are gonna be allowed to find some shots from the rear.
Yeah, and that's one of the things that RHM somehow failed to spot those two tanks early on, and that's kind of what I was mentioning with the sight lines. There's a lot of bushes, but you can't be sitting in just any of them to be able to light these tanks crossing. And Deft, however, putting his tank to good work. This is the reason you bring this light tank. It can just sit in the open, farm tanks without doing too much.
Here comes a bit of a pushover. OP Hacker now looking for Nexus. That drops him down to 442. That RHM is behind him. Dopamine knows it, but there's nowhere Nexus can hide right now. Because, there it goes. The RHM gets the reload. Down goes the 60 TP of Nexus. So evening up the tanks, but an HP advantage now for Stack.
Spirit ended up getting sniped out as well. And now Deft is kind of alone with this 268V4. He can very easily just go for the kill here. He's just going to be playing Vision here, spotting out Choppa, just probably trying to use the bushes. I wouldn't be surprised if he goes in, tries to finish off that tank, and Stacks got themselves a couple thousand HP advantage.
Yeah, got you, baby. Got that cross off there. Dark Ninja not able to punish him for that. So, but they are, getting a better hold on the north. The 268V4 is driving straight at this RHM. This could get kind of funny. This RHM, having the turret and the ability to dance around the V4, but it is a somewhat difficult shot to bend that tank as Blur gets pulled up on it.
And OP just shot Choppa as well. That's the thing, is he just has to go up the side of a mountain and just opens himself up to crossfire from the middle. So now he's a one-shot against a full-life Deft, and Deft's just going to get that kill. And now it's 3 tanks against 6. Stacked has all the sight advantage with Deft. They have the HP advantage. They have the tank advantage. They have the cap presence. This one's essentially a done deal, even though, there's still some game left to be played, but Dope almost has no chance to get back into this match.
Yeah, as we see now, the E100 of Dark Ninja is getting focused upon by Frugo. He's in a bit of an awkward spot being in this low ground here. He's got some support of the E50M there from Hockey, but it's not looking super great.
Yeah, and see, this is the reason, dude. Deft doesn't even have a commander. His entire vision's just gone, but it doesn't matter. He just has his recon flight. He just used her right there. This RHM has been more than a menace for the side of Dopamine. It's been farming those E50Ms to 268, keeping him permavision. Sure, they lost that E50M because he didn't spot properly, right? But he traded both of them back eventually. He's farming that CS. He's farming the 60 TP, getting that kill secured. And Dopamine has had no answer for that RHM.
A good game here from Stacked. I think you got to give the MVP, obviously, to Deft. I think he played out of his mind. Absolutely. They kind of drove by him, used that to his advantage, went past those tanks, and was able to just kind of farm them out.
Yeah, imagine if he had turned around and just went to his base to spot, right? He wouldn't have been able to do anything like that. Him sitting in that bush, biding his time, waiting for them to get by, and then getting by everyone and just causing havoc was such a smart play, and I definitely agree with you as well, as that is going to tie up the series. So we definitely got a match on our hands. Stacked is not too shaken after that first throw, and there's a lot of match still left to be played here. So both of these teams bringing out their best shots to see what happens.
Yeah, for like the 5th time in 5 games, we've seen a 1-1 on Glacier. Really excited about that. Deft slipping the net there by just not being able to get cleared. I mean, Dopamine not running an RHM really biting them in the ass there, just not being able to deal with the opposing team RHM at all. He just like got behind the V4 and was just like, hey, I'm here now, and then he just farmed Nexus, killed him. Basically won his
Same
team
thing
the
happened
game.
to Spirit as well in the E50M. He wasn't able to get safe between the
Yeah.
RHM and the tanks in the middle, and he died. V4 died, all the tanks in the middle died, and Deft did probably big damage.
Yeah, and okay, great. We are getting. Okay, never
You
mind.
thought.
I did see a 60 TP that
He didn't
did
actually do that much
6,000
damage.
damage.
No,
Yeah, you know,
He got
I
like
guess he did
a bunch of spotting,
2,500
though.
still, which he was the reason Nexus died. Look, destroyed by Deft. No one else would have had that angle. Maybe a strike eventually, right? But either way, very kind of average damage numbers there from Dopamine. And John kind of got baited by Deft by not getting that vision, but it ended up being the best bait as you know, he was able to get by,
His
spot
sacrifice
those
was
teams.
worthwhile. Yeah.
Exactly. OP doing 6,000 damage in the middle. He an extension of Death's damage because Deft was spotting that 268, that E50M. OP Hacker was raining in shots from that middle and making those spots worth it.
Yeah, the improved accuracy of this iteration of Onslaught really working in OP's favor as I think he had 100% pen rate, just lasering people from mid.
With the 60 TP.
Yeah, in the 60 TP, the known laser tank.
Yeah, and to give someone an idea of what 0.15 dispersion difference does, that's almost a difference of firing a Grill's gun normally to something, I don't even know, what even has like 0.45 dispersion. That's like almost KV2 levels of dispersion. Like, it is an enormous difference. It's basically having the accuracy of these tanks.
Yeah. And next we'll be headed on to Ghost Town, the map we mentioned we haven't saw yet. It's a pretty common map for the like 77
yeah,
attack
it's like
defense.
standard formats, yeah.
Yeah.
But
And this
in
is
Onslaught,
the stacked map pick, picking Ghost Town here after 1-1ing on their opponent's map. So we could be seeing them go up 3-1 potentially right here if their map pick goes their way.
yeah, and
Yeah.
I feel like if you're stacked, you're pretty happy. It's like, hey, we should have won that first game. We didn't, right? But we still beat them the second game. That's their map pick. We could have been 2-0 right now. And we're heading in our map pick. I think all the momentum is currently with stacked. Dopamine, I think, is still an incredibly strong team, though. So we'll have to see. They have Dopamine, can beat anyone any day in the same way that, you know, a lot of these teams really can. So I don't know. I'm excited to see what these teams have for us.
Yeah, and just reading off the lineups here from Dopamine first. They haven't quite started moving, but we have PM in the Mouse, Blur in the 705, Fair in the CS63, double E50M from Choppa and Nexus Spirit in the E3, Hockey in the RHM, Panzerwagon, Deft in the RHM, OP430, John CS, Jackifa 277, Frugo IS7, Coman, and Gotchi Baby in the 60 TP. So Dopamine moving back to the RHM.
Yep, Dopamine finally giving up. Like, hey, you know, maybe we should bring in RHM. Maybe it's a good tank. Obviously, it's a different map, but I think it's basically a necessity on essentially every single map. Maybe not, you know, Alpha Loop.
Frugo's going for it.
Frugo, yeah.
Takes a decent
And-
damage. I think he's going to take one.
Yeah, the interesting thing is, besides kind of the play on the 8-9 line, the cap play is, at least from what I've seen, pretty similarly to how attack defense does, with the North kind of setting up to punish crossings, to punish sightlines. And, you know, a lot of times the Southern team wants to get onto that cap, realizing that it's kind of a bit better for them to be able to hold it than the other team. So even though very, very different, some little aspects of attack defense come to play, as Frugo, of course, is going to be holding down Spirit. Spirit, of course, that E3, that ability is so incredibly nasty. The extra reload, I believe it's a 5-second decrease for every shell that hits you. If you fire 3 shells hit you right, you're firing again. Like,
Yeah.
it could potentially, if used at the right time, it does an absurd amount of damage. So definitely like that tank pick.
Yeah, it's you're sitting there looking at it, and everyone's saying, "Don't shoot the E3."
Yeah, it's an
You know,
auto
trying
loader.
to have, guys, don't shoot it. Just kill everything else first. But we do have Dopamine's got a decent little presence there on the 0 line, a bit more aggressive there, and they are matching that now with the RHM now rotating to the other side. We see Hockey taking Nexus' spot as they're moving Nexus away from the 1 line, and he's moving back.
Yeah, and a little strike there as well to just do some more chip damage, and also just some HE from the mouse as well. No other penetrating shots able to find his way on a PM. And so far, I kind of have a standstill, as of course we
Oh,
got a
Blur
little bit of
wants to do it.
contested. Yeah, got a little bit of contesting on for that strike point.
Looking at potentially what the teams want to do here, as we can see on the 0 line, we have a medium tank moving up out there in between the two boats. Barrett, he's looking for some shots into the town. Just doing what he can there. They're trying to, looks like, pinch out Jackifa, and force that 277 into an awkward position. As now we're seeing some also amassing into the middle. This IS-7 could be in some trouble. Here's the push.
They have
Frugo,
nothing to support this.
yeah, he's gonna drop down here really quickly. It depends on now. Do they want to push across and take this or just fall back out? It looks like they're just gonna push the E3 and the mouse in. They're gonna go in, kill this IS-7, push those two tanks in the courtyard, and the E50Ms are gonna wrap now around to the 7 line and start maybe applying this pressure. There we go. We're seeing Jackifer run because he knows that he's gonna be in some serious trouble.
Yes, somehow Stacked managed to get overmatched on every part of the map and got a tank killed in the middle. Jackifa's taken an insane amount of bleed leaving. They're now down a tank at about 5,000 HP. And I don't know what Stacked is really trying to do. They were trying to take a lot of map presence without supporting any of it. And Dopamine realized this. They're like, hey, there's a couple tanks shooting me from G1 over here. You know, there's something sitting here. There's a couple tanks in the back. This tank on cap is 100% free. Frigo is not defended. So just being able to easily counter that. And now what are they going to do? Push into a mouse and E3? Because
Yeah,
that's not going to go great for them either.
Yeah, they've got a decent little bit of support here as well. These E50Ms are lurking around. If they make this push, they're going to have tanks there to support it. Sorry, I was just reading something about my microphone being not good. We've got, you know, they're trying to amass around the center and do what they can, but it's going to be really difficult.
Yeah, of course, coming down from 4,000 HP, they have basically 33% more HP than Stack does currently. And that is a pretty significant disadvantage, as they're just going to try and play against Spirit. But even though the E3 is nerfed from what it used to be, it is still a strong tank, and a cheeky little strike there, realizing, hey, 2 tanks grouped up, 700 damage. And then they missed their strike. They missed the strike.
Yeah.
They get the reset, but Jackifa dies for it. Now
Yes.
they can just overpush on a gotcha baby. And Stacked, I don't know what this was, but it just did not feel well thought out. It felt messy. It felt like they didn't really have anything going for them.
Now Hockey just farming in from the outside. It's just all falling apart here for Stacked.
Yep, John the Terrible is going to be the focus next, 769 HP, and they're winning the offside, and this one is a convincing win for the side of Dopamine. It's weird, because we were talking about it before, this is Stack's map pick, you know? I would have assumed they had a little bit more to show for us, but they were just kind of assuming Dopamine wasn't going to wise up and push anywhere. They were just kind of hoping that, hey, they'll just let us hold all these positions without any contest, but that was obviously not the case.
That's going to be Dopamine getting a crucial win onto Stack's map pick and taking it to 2-1.
Blur almost getting the Goomba, just not quite. Of course, 705A is going to get taken out by that 60 TP. End of the day, it's not going to mean anything, but Deft with the 1v1 with Ferret just getting HC'd, pulled apart, Kovan going down to Nexus as well. And very convincing game. Dopamine only dropping a single tank, so very well done from them. You know, taking a series 2-1, going head on to the second game of Ghost Town. If they're maybe able to bring this. Remember, either way of this match, the losers going to the losers bracket are not eliminated. So no matter what, it's still fine for either of these teams. But of course, if you win this, you only have to play one more match. If you lose this, if you want to win it all, you have to play another 2 matches on top of that. Play 3 matches in one night is not a fun experience.
Yeah, especially when it's just the same maps over and over again. Hopefully we get some variety of the map pick. I did like Dopamine's recognition that the IS-7 that was sitting on cap there was like not being covered by any of his team at all. So they were able to just pick him up for free and then reverse the cap pressure while being up a tank.
Yeah, exactly. And not only that is Jacofo was having to forced to leave as well because the position was collapsing onto him. We were mentioning it just felt awkward because they got overmatched on every part of the map and had nothing to show for it at the end of the day. And I feel like that's kind of a sign of a not really well thought out strat. Is like, what were you wanting to do from the start of it? What was Stack's plan with that game?
Yeah, I don't know. They had the 430U on the one line controlling that strike, and I'm not sure how his game was going, but I'm pretty sure the RHM from Dopamine was able to reset him on that strike at least once. And I think he got struck at the end as well while trying to get it, which forced the tank for Stack to push in and try and get the reset himself.
Yeah.
You are gone.
Well, so
Nice try.
Scott's doing some troubleshooting with his microphone. Apparently, it was auto adjusting for a little bit. He's going to have to disconnect, reconnect, so he is frozen for a little bit, as you can see. But either way, we're going to be getting into the next game of Ghost Town here super shortly, and hopefully Scott will be back to join us. But we'll have to see. Dopamine very likely could go up 3-1 here.
Yeah, that would be my guess after how well they played the last Ghost Town game. It looked like they were quite surgical, and I don't know what that was.
We saw the battle results for a second there, but
we almost.
Yeah, either way, it's Dopamine does have the edge so far, but it's been a pretty sloppy series, honestly. I mean, and Scott, if you want to try to see if your stuff's working.
Yeah, I am talking right now. I hope they can hear me. Really?
Hey, at least we're getting all this out at the start of the first series of the night, right?
Yeah.
That's the important thing. This isn't the grand final match. This isn't for all the marbles. This is just a match that, hey, both of these teams are not eliminated no matter the result of this. It's they're good to go after this match. One of them just goes to the loser's bracket and it has to play 3 matches in one night, potentially.
Yeah, and keep talking until I get confirmation that my stuff is working.
Okay, perfect. Then, yeah, we're going to see these lineups. Of course, they are switching around a little bit. See if they kind of get settled here as tanks flying each which way. But either way, stacked, it looks like they're going to be settling on a couple of 60 TPs, 2 IS-7s, a 430U, an E3, and an RHM. Dopamine out the air side is going to be a 60 TP, IS-7, a mouse, W50M, E3, and an RHM. And I guess Scott's microphone issues are continuing, so and either way, so stacked versus Dopamine. Dopamine, obviously, you really want this win. Going to match point is a fantastic feeling, especially in a 3-1 fashion.
I think they've got me. I think they can hear me now. I think I'm good. I hope we'll see if we can get confirmation on that. Hitman, you can talk for a second just in case, but as we got Jackofa and Choppa, you can take it.
Yeah, well, I mean, so far Jackofa getting that obviously positive elixir trade there, but W50M coming over to 1-2 line. And they're going to be pushing straight into OP Hacker. OP Hacker is none the wiser to this push so far. So we'll have to see if anything spots it, because they could easily just catch him completely off guard. Perhaps even get a free pick there, as Choppa is going to be able to win that first strike zone. But Blur finding OP Hacker, doing a nice little 1v1 here. And Axis is going to secure that strike. And he's going to need it too, because Cap is just about to go off. So he's going to instantly drop that on the Cap, I'm sure, as it is going to get reset. Only hitting 1 tank though, super crucial.
Yeah, not a full reset there from Dopamine. So this Cap is taking down as Frugo and Command stay on there. Blur and Nexus now going to be realizing that OP is alone. They're going to be making a push. They do have a little bit of some fire support. We saw the shot coming there onto one of these E50Ms. OP is just running Hitman. We'll see how much damage they're able to get onto him. Pushing now onto this 430U, and that's that fire support I was talking about. Nexus instantly down to 382. OP is going to be able to pick him up.
Blur now is going to be trading back onto him. Coman pushing around as now Spirit and Ferret have made the play into the middle. They've been able to pick up the IS-7 there of Frugo. OP now falls because his fire support of the middle here was shooting at the 2 medium tanks. They were able to make that play. Coman's trying to get out of there, but he is not looking great. Spirit's on reload, maybe able to get one more into there. Jackafa and Choppa doing a little bit of trading, and it's getting a little bit funky, Hitman.
Yeah, Jackafa is dominating this 1v1 so far. Choppa only landing a couple shots compared to being a one-shot himself. And Spirit was trying to get in that one last shot, and Coman doesn't actually get it. Blur's going to probably get picked up by the Star Gym as well. It's super close so far. Guns are in favor of Dopamine.
Oh, big bounce there. The 60 TP not able to connect that shot there onto the IS-7. That would have been a kill shot. And now as we see Coman falling down in the center this whole time though as well, Hockey able to try to fire in onto the 60 TP of Jackafa as he's fighting the IS-7. Spirit lining up some angles. He's going to be in a 1v1 here with Got You Baby for a second.
And he knows if he shoots him.
Yeah,
he knows if he shoots Gotcha Baby, it's 5 seconds off his reload. And that's why you see him weirdly holding the shell, but Stack is starting to fall though. Blur goes down. Spirit is, doing a ton of damage, and it's just down to John, Gotcha Baby, and Deft here trying to win this match, but they're not going to be able to do it.
John gets instantly deleted. Got You Baby going to be sitting there in the E3. Not looking super great. Doesn't matter how many times you shoot him at this point because he's not going to live to see another
And he's
day.
reloaded again.
That is wild.
It
man.
is.
That's one of the craziest abilities.
And he's reloaded again. It didn't matter in the end, but the fact that he just got 3 shots off there in about 5 seconds is such a ridiculous ability. It's no wonder that it's such, it's not even that requested of a tank. It's not that popular of a tank. Of course, on a map like Ghost Town, it's super easy to just make it work. I honestly feel like it's not being used as much purely because of the map pool being so open. I feel like if it was more of a Himmelsdorf, Ghost Town, Insk especially, if we see that map, I guarantee E3s are going to be all over.
What do you think about that E3 getting 3 shots in about 3 seconds? There, Blue?
Oh, that was I mean, it didn't end up mattering, but
Yeah.
that was poor practice from Dopa, just shooting the E3 over and over again instead of, I don't know, the other guy. But whatever.
Yeah, I mean, it was at the end, so they're just kind of cleaning up. So that's the thing, but that's just goes to show how strong of an ability it can be, given the correct usage, right? It's hard to get that good of an efficiency out of it, but I mean, we saw the E3 of what was it? Yeah, these damage numbers as well. Gotcha Baby, of course, padding his damage at the very end, but we saw Spirit not want to shoot Gotcha Baby purely because of that ability being activated. So he held his shot, tried to find a better target. So it's almost like a deterrent for being shot at as well. So Frugo without any damage, actually, as he I think he was one of the I7s in the middle that I'm surprised he didn't get any damage.
You hate to see 0 damage in that position.
Yeah,
you hate
absolutely.
to see that.
But it's one of those reasons that Stacked ended up faltering there, and Dopamine taking it up 3-1 now. Match point heading on to this 4th or 3rd map.
Bloop, if you're Stacked, how you feeling right now?
Not good. We just got O2'd on our map pick.
Would you say that the odds are stacked against you?
The odds are definitely not stacked in your favor. Now you're going on Cliff, another map that's probably more similar to Ghost Town in how brawly it is, at least compared to Glacier. So
yeah,
I don't know, man. Losing 0-2 on your map pick, just because of brawl difference, and then having to go on against Dopamine, that's not where I'd want to be.
And that's kind of
The fast nature of Cliff also kind of lends it to be you can lose a game really quickly, and you're definitely standing on pins and needles. Very much you can't make a mistake if you're already on match point.
Yeah, one guy crossing the wrong thing when he shouldn't, turret facing the wrong way, that could be the series over right here.
Yeah, and another thing is when we were coming into the series, we were talking about Stacked. We just hadn't seen much from, right? They just 4-0 defend on attack, and that's all. That's all we had seen from them. So Dopamine being that first real test, backs against the wall, it's really time for Stacked to kind of show us what they got. because you lose this match, you're guaranteed playing at least one more match. You win that, you're playing a best of 9 at the very end. You're potentially playing almost, what is that, right? Like 15 games, almost 20 games potentially, even more than that maybe. And most scrims that you would do, even when it's like, back in Gold League, it was like 16 to 20 games was a long time. It's 4 hours of just playing. So we'll have to see if that affects them as well, because the kind of stamina it takes to play that long without just kind of being mentally drained, it takes quite a lot.
It's hard to cast that long without being mentally drained. You guys are doing great.
Oh, dude, this is cake, man. Let me tell you. We are not into the marathon streams yet. As loading into the game here, we'll see if they do decide to make any changes, but we're going to read these preliminary lineups. We do see some changes now. A lot of comp reading on Cliff, as I mentioned yesterday. Just completely, like, who can get the last change off whenever they get these coming through, and waiting. I think this is going to be it. Frugo and the BZ75, 2277, double CS63, 430U, and the RHM Panzerwagen there from Deft. Dopamine to the BZ75, 2277, CS63, and triple E50M. And the one thing to mention is Stacked does have the advantage in the CS63 category, which means that if they want a position at the beginning of the game, they're going to have a slight advantage getting there.
Yeah, not only that, though, Stacked also is bringing an RHM. Dopamine electing to not really worry about it. So Stacked does know the split that Dopamine are bringing. They were able to see, hey, they're bringing some tanks donut, they're bringing some tanks middle. They're not going for a full stack. Jackafa needs to be extremely careful going up here. Looks like they're going to be okay. Ferret should be able to get a couple nice shots, and Nexus and PM maybe get one as well. But they're not able to make these count, actually. That is super important.
Yeah, they got both of those CS63s on hill with a relatively low amount of bleed. But in the meantime, Dopa has a complete stranglehold on this, like this western side of the middle, and they can kind of sit on cap safely and tuck away because they can't really contest them. And we're seeing a lot of bleed on Stacked for that just reason.
Yeah, and Jackafa got caught on fire with the first shot there from Blur as well, as their shots being traded out all over the place. The HP is still basically even, but it looks like we're going to have somewhat of a push here as PM and Nexus coming up, trying to make something happen in the middle here, but Deft is just being annoying on the backside.
This is going to be a complete brawl. Frugo's now popped around to his side. He's on 795. We've seen that group heal come out, healing 4 tanks from Frugo. And they're all just conglomerating right in this one spot as a fat strike comes down. A lot of damage traded back. Frugo down to 378. Hockey's on 420. And tanks are just coming back and forth. Blur has popped his rocket boosters, trying to find a finishing kill. Not able to find it yet. Frugo's still alive. 378 HP as previously mentioned. Jackafa moving in. Coman finding the kill shot there onto Hockey. 651 HP left on his take. Nexus is the next one to fall. Choppa is still chasing Deft to ring around the Rosy style down here, as we've got a lot of one-shot tanks standing for Stack. Now the strike able to find it from Ferret. Jackafa on 14 HP. Blur finding the kill shot in his BZ75. See it got you, baby. Backing off 1074 in his CS63. John the Terrible not exactly where you want to be. So you see Choppa adding some damage in. 138 HP. Now Ferret able to find the kill. Blur needs to try to find some damage into the fight. He's able to find the kill onto OP. Hacker has got you, baby, lining up that kill shot. He's able to find it. Deft also has an angle and got you, baby. Able to pick it up. Choppa's still trying. Spent all game, they've been trying to pin down this RHM, but now they have the advantage. They have the HP. They just need to be smart with it, Hitman.
Yeah, and Ferret coming in here, just going to look to surprise Gotcha Baby. He's going to go around the cap to not surprise him, but now just deciding, hey, doesn't really matter if he knows I'm here. What's he going to do? Where's he going to run?
Shot.
Not far away as Ferret gets that finishing kill on Gotcha Baby. Now it's just down to Deft, 600 HP, sitting alone. And even though a light tank can do wonders in late game scenarios like this, it's going to be nearly impossible for him to win this against almost a 2000 HP CS63 as a 2-shot. Maybe it was full HP, he could work some sort of magic, but it's just not going to happen.
Here he comes. He's gotta play. It's good, I promise. It's definitely not suicidal.
And remember that proxy range is incredibly tiny. So it kind of throws off these players' game senses, right? Like a lot of times, sitting at this range, it's going to be slightly outside of 50 meters, but I don't think you would expect there to be an RHM at this
Just
specific
right.
position.
Yeah. He's gonna get spotted when he fires, but it's just a little funny.
Yeah, we'll have to see. He more than likely is going to get double tapped.
There's the HE shot. He does get spotted. He's able to make it over
Ooh.
the ridge before he gets spotted. Choppa now
getting
knows where
funny.
he is. He's gets haha. No way. Oh, that
Oh,
would've been a
if
big shot.
that landed, that actually could have potentially been game changing. The thing is, if this gets down to a 1v1, Deft has to go forward. If he
It's
can
doomed.
get the kill, it's not going to be able to. The thing
was
is,
a
if you're able to
really
get the kill on
funny
Choppa,
attempt.
yeah, if you're able to get that kill on Choppa, you can just be a nuisance the rest of the game, right? Like, Choppa being alive is crucial for them to just be able to pick that up without having a huge amount of stress. So, Dopa taking a series 4-1, so a little bit more convincing than any of us thought, but hey, either way, Stacked, they're going to the losers bracket. They're going to be playing the winner of our next match we're watching, which is going to be Defend on Attack facing against MLP. So we're going to have to see if Stack's able to come back, maybe get into the finals and show Dopa, hey, we're not out. Maybe they got more to show for us.
Yeah, like you said, Stacked moving to the finals of the lower bracket. At least they get a match in between, but I mean, after their break, if they want to keep playing, they just have to keep playing until the tournament's over.
Yep.
Yeah. And Ferret, 5,000 damage and 4 kills. Really well done from him. No one with really any egregious performances. Some bounce shots there from PM, but overall, pretty understandable, pretty reasonable from the side of Dopamine. And on the side of Stacked, kind of the same story. It really wasn't the shots making a difference. It was kind of more the positions, it felt like. And Dopamine just kind of wrapped themselves around Stacked and just kind of constricted them. And even though they gave up the hill, they kind of won that low ground so well that it just didn't matter.
Yeah, Dopamine, Stacked having 2 CSs on the hill didn't allow them to do that much. They were kind of just out of the fight. And Jakova, while on the hill, actually got owned by, I think, Spirit in the low ground. He got set on fire.
Yeah.
And then just like kept peeking on the hill, and he wasn't able to do much. Meanwhile, Dopamine just had more tanks in the important mid brawl, and they were able to win that, and then they won the game from there.
Yeah,
I think one thing that was like kind of surprising with the last game is you hardly ever see it where there was zero presence toward the donut side from Stacked. So like Dopamine could just play around the donut side of the middle just pretty much freely. They have like a 430 kind of anchoring like where you leave a heavy tank, but that's it. And it got a little bit like odd. You have these 2 CSs on the hill, you have the RHM playing around, and Dopa just kind of pivoted around the donut side of the middle and started farming. I don't think Stacked was ready for it.
Yeah, and I don't know, just a solid match all around. Dopamine playing it really well. It looked a little bit shaky after the Glacier. I think both of those matches there was a lot to be desired, but played Ghost Town extremely well, played that last Cliff game super well. And yeah, we're going to be heading to a break here, as don't know if this is actually the break or what this scene is. Maybe it's just nothing. We're going to see the tournament bracket real quick, as that's what we were mentioning. Dopa clocking themselves into the grand final so they can sit back for tonight, right? They get to watch Defend on Attack, they can watch MLP, they watch Stacked, and they can just see all these teams, what they're playing, what they're doing, and just kind of be refreshed for that game. The team that wins that upper bracket final has to go straight into the grand final right after. They don't get a huge amount of time to rest. So definitely a huge win there from Dopamine, and everything is just going well for them, beating the Bears, beating Stack, and we'll have to see if they have what it takes to win the entire tournament later on.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely think they do after winning the upper bracket. If you're Dopamine, you're pretty much chilling right now. You just get to lay back, watch the stream, cook up some notes, see what your potential competition is doing in the meantime while you're just having a rest, having a chat with your team. This is a good place to be for them.
Yeah, so, and of course, the next match as well, MLP, the only match that we've seen of them was them beating the Bears, which is a top level team, and they're facing Defend on Attack, a team that got 4-0'd by Dopamine, right?
By
Stack, the team that just lost to Dopamine. Sorry. So that match is going to be interesting as well, because MLP kind of coming in just like, hey, we are a good team as well. We deserve to be in that top 4. We just maybe got unlucky with the groups, right? That's always been a complaint. You can't do the qualifiers perfectly to get all the teams that deserve to be in the tournament. And we'll have to see if they're able to take on Defend on Attack later here. So I think we're ready to go for our break here. So I hope that you guys have all been enjoying it, and we're gonna be good to go to our next match here. So stick around for a few minutes and we'll be back in a second. So and we are back. So Bloop, you're a little bit blurry, but
sorry.
No, you're good. So like we were talking about just a second ago, I love the speed of this broadcast. We're not waiting for too long. Like there's some other tournaments where you got like 15 minutes of gap between like one match and the other, but hey, we got like 3 minutes of replays, action-packed replays. You get right back to us, and we're going to be going into Defend on Attack versus MLP. And this is sure to be another exciting match, I'm sure.
Yeah, I'm pretty excited to see MLP play some more games. I think that their victory over the Bears was not a fluke. It wasn't just something random. It looked like there was some pretty solid strategy and decision making behind their games at a really consistent level. They had like a couple of oopsies, but I think that their highs are very high, and we'll see if they're able to keep that up today.
Yeah, and the Fin on attack, I'll be honest, we still haven't, like, we've seen quite a bit from them, but I haven't seen anything that's truly impressed me so far, right? They got 4-0'd by Stack to start out the series, as we can see in this tournament bracket. Then they did beat Cincinnati 4-1. I'll be honest, one of those matches should have been a loss. Cincinnati got crewed. It was a crazy game. But either way, they didn't play super amazingly, and Cincinnati isn't, you know, an insanely top team. So I really think this is kind of their proving grounds, right? This is really where it decides. Obviously, if they lose, they're out of the tournament. But this is kind of to prove that, hey, they deserve to be in this tournament. They're a good team. And MLP, I think we were talking about it before, right? They're like the journeyman team. It's you got to beat them to get in. They're never going to be easy to beat. But at the same time, at least traditionally or you know, in the past, they haven't had those results that really proved how good they are.
Yeah, I think at this point we can officially kick the Bears out of the good teams club because yeah, they lost.
They're fake. They're fake good. So, so you could see the team lineup here. Defend on attack. Kind of went over them earlier. They kind of, I believe we have the correct rosters now. So we see Felix, not Mr. Stash 58. E, Crimson, Brodus, Langer, Yape, Skill Issues, Rodri, and Reps. So, you know, at least we got the proper roster showing up here. And again, all these players have been in the scene for the longest time. They're all very good players. And they absolutely can beat any team in the tournament, but at the same time, they really haven't shown too much in this tournament so far.
Yeah, I think that their strategy has been very one-dimensional, and that works extremely well. Like, I always had a philosophy of, like, when you're playing quals, if you're playing against someone that is not very good, you want to play that one-dimensional style because it allows you to pretty well consistently beat people who execute punishes. So, like, you see that, and then but once you get to, like, that next level, you need to start adding layers onto your strategy. Viral like to describe the way the meta develops and as teams get better like an onion, and you need to add more layers to that onion, and right now they need some layers on that onion.
It's just the base, the core of the onion, you know?
Yeah, nobody likes just the core of the onion.
As we also can see the map pool for today. Very different maps than the ones we just saw, which, hey, I love it. We got Airfield, we got Klondike as that second map, Outpost as the third map, which has definitely had some interesting games so far, and then Ghost Town as the final map if we do happen to go all 7 games here in this match.
I will say, look at that. For the first time probably all tournament, Ensk wasn't one of the first 2 bans, so these teams could have ended up playing Ensk, they just chose not to, which is kind of lame. But
I agree. You know, they should really think about us casters sometimes, right? You know,
yeah, I know.
Throw their strategy out the trash. We haven't seen Insgun stream yet. We got to play it even if they're bad on it, right? We need to get more of that mentality in these players. That's what's wrong with the server.
Yeah, if you want, you know, your stream to have big viewers, you got to provide exciting gameplay, and what more exciting can you get than Ensk? Yeah,
exactly.
You start fighting like 10 seconds into the battle. It's great.
It's
honestly,
like the Octagon version of World of Tanks. Like, you lock them all in a 10x10 box and send them in there, boys. You can't hide.
Yeah.
Like, have fun.
Honestly, Inns gives me Mines vibes, I'll be honest. It's that close map. You can't really go anywhere without being seen. And you don't really have many avenues of attack, right? It's like, hey, let's go to the midpoint. Let's control it. Same way Mines has the hill, right? It just feels so similar, even though it's obviously a very different map. But either way, team's just not really favoring it, just realizing, hey, this is such a boring map. It goes so long, and we can't consistently get a 2-0 advantage on this map, right? That's what these teams want when they're picking a map. They're not wanting to pick a map that they go 1-1 on. They want to pick a map they go 2-0 on.
Yeah, no, I mean, it definitely does make sense, but personally, I would just like to see tanks shooting each other, and Ensk is a map where tanks shoot each other. So,
big guns, big tanks shooting big tanks.
Yeah, you get to see some Jagdpanzer staring down some rails, like minus 1050 on some idiot crossing. Like, why can't we see that?
And ooh, we get some community predictions here as well. I think the first time we're seeing this. And
the community
Defend on attack.
What are you guys
70%.
smoking?
Dude, I love the community, man.
So
That's-
keep in mind the way that these community predictions are decided is World of Tanks did have a poll on the main website prior to the start of the tournament.
Okay.
So before we knew anything, right? And the thing is, when people are going to that tournament, they're seeing a third seed, or I believe it was a third seed of Defend on Attack and last seed of MLP. So a lot of teams that maybe just don't know these players might have predicted Defend on Attack to win heavily, but you can see our predictions. We think it's going to be MLP.
You think Defend on Attack gets 2 against MLP?
I think they can.
I think this is a 4-0 MLP. I just didn't want to be mean in my
That's exactly
prediction.
what I thought, man.
Listen,
Yeah.
Defend on Attack isn't that bad, and MLP, as we were talking about it, had some low lows. They did some really mind-boggling stuff, and
That
that's
is
where
true.
I kind of think that a couple of these losses come from.
I think they can flounder a game away. I don't know.
Yeah,
man.
I
They're
definitely
pretty
do
good.
think that with a sufficient
You'll have to see. Select these tanks for a couple more seconds here, but it looks like these are going to be the official lineups. On one side, we have Defend on Attack showing up first game of the night. IS-7, double mouse, double 57, double 430U, so no RHM here on airfield. MLP on the other hand, double 60 TP, a mouse, 57 hit, a E50M, a Jagdpanzer, and a RHM for that vision. So pretty differing lineups. Defend on Attack, I feel like they're wanting to play this a little bit more aggressively. Honestly, I would be pretty amazed if we didn't see a couple of T-57s go into that E5 corridor. We see it so popular in the previous matches yesterday, and it worked to great effect in the majority of the games.
Yeah, they're not going to the E5, it looks like, but I think it's going to be a similar philosophy where they try to poke onto that cap and use it as pressure. They're not going to be contesting anything on the B line, which I do find interesting, as Riv is full sending it. They were ready for that.
It's worth. It's
But
worth.
he's going to get
unless
there.
refs can get there. But here's the thing as well. Something we mentioned as well. The nice thing about RHM, it spots all this vision. It's fog of war loading into the game. You don't know what your opponents are bringing. So when you don't bring that RHM, you don't know what your opponent has. What if they had like 6 Jagdpanzers that have punished across him? But here's a push.
Lost 900 HP. Yeah, as we're seeing, Defend on Attack, they are apes together strong again today, all stacked up in the same area. Dragon Water is going to be moving up higher onto this perch here as Felix coming around. They're going to be able to delete this T-57 heavy very quickly. He's gone. He's a goner.
That strike
They just
was so bad.
Yeah, they struck a dead tank there. A-King now moving in, trying to find some damage. Ruv is trying to get out as fast as he can as the 430's moved him off. So they've taken all of their tanks, pushed them through, taken back that ledge. Ruv is running. He's not going to connect that shot. That's pretty big. Ruv able to find a shot back there, but he doesn't keep going. He's going to fall to reps. It's Defend on Attack. They're going to start pinching in on Silent. Silent gonna get started to get focused down. He and Rodri have made their way behind that Jagdpanzer E100 as now the 57 heavies see that 60 TP shoot. They're gonna try to find some damage. He's pulling back around. Another big shot from the Jagdpanzer E100 here on the E. They haven't
Silent has his ability.
quite finished him off. Silent is gonna go down before he got that insane reload buff off as Verwe working the low side, and here comes Apes Together Strong. We're gonna ape it into another direction, and we're gonna start focusing down Ghost and A-King. And they're bleeding HP while doing this, but the thing is, Hitman, they've aped
The
into
gun
3
advantage.
tanks, so they got a huge gun advantage, and they're just gonna keep doing it. Ghost now down to 1129. He's gonna fall. A-King's gonna be next. Nepal is playing up on the ridge. They can either go after him or Verwe, whatever they want to do, because they're up so many tanks.
Yeah, and this one is going to be a dominating win here for Defend on Attack. They just pressed W and it worked.
Apes
They
Together
didn't bring a
Strong
light tank.
the
Yeah.
whole time, man.
And
They just...
Also, that strike, I am 99% sure that was MLP's strike, that they thought they were going to keep pushing into the high ground, so they dropped it, missing 4 tanks. They could have landed a strike on the 4 tanks doing 1,400 damage. Instead, they try to lead it way too much, end up missing entirely, and that's going to be the cap out. Verwe's going to survive here in the mouse, and this is what I was talking about. You know, Defend on Attack isn't this bad, right? Like, we're talking about how it could have maybe been a potential 4-0, but Defend on Attack coming out quick with a win. They just pressed W, and MLP had nothing to say for it. They couldn't do anything.
Forget
Yeah.
my onion thing. That the core of the onion is the
The core of the
strongest
it makes you cry, and they just pushed it and made MLP cry.
Yeah, no, they totally just shut down what we were saying before that round started. That was honestly a really fantastic push into that 57. They picked him for free, and then they just had the positions they wanted. They had cap pressure. They had both ledges.
Dragon.
Like, they were chilling.
Dragon 300 damage. You can't ever do that. The thing is, all those tanks were lit, right? He
Mhm.
pushed
Oh.
down the ridge before going back up. I don't understand what his train of thought was. He was like, oh yeah, let me just go and get my shots in. He shot like once and realized, maybe I shouldn't be pushing down. Tried to back up, but it's a 57. His reverse speed is basically going only forward. So he just could not back up in time and just gets easily picked. They just get that ridge line. RHM got poked out and just completely destroyed. And the game played itself. Like, that's the thing about these pushes. It's very straightforward. It doesn't require much skill. Hey, let's focus this tank. It's right in front of us. Let's focus this tank. It's right in front of us. MLP on the other hand is panicking. Everyone's trying to go everywhere, trying to set or take all the fires and put all the fires out, but just not able to do it. So very good start here for Defend on Attack.
I have to say, I remember, they did this exact same thing yesterday, where they all push into like a single area, and they did it consistently in their series like yesterday. And they do it the first game today. As MLP, I think it's kind of on you. Like, you need to be like, their strategy was not set up to receive a push. Like, and there are certain teams that I always like when I think of like receiving a push as far as it comes to like playing 7v7 and stuff. I remember Chase's team, this was 5v5 and 6v6 stuff, but they were always really good about like receiving pushes on Cliff, like by like giving a tank, but they have so many tanks behind them and like layers to that strategy to receive that push. I think you need a little bit in that. Like, you leave that 57 up on the purge, but you got 3 tanks in the middle. You have like pretty much nothing backing him up, and you give him up for nothing.
Yeah, if that 57 actually stayed properly on top of that ridgeline, didn't go forward, probably could have gotten all 4 shots off and backed off.
He did get all 4 shots off.
He got all 4 off, but he started panicking halfway through and just dunked all of them into nothing, basically.
Yeah, he needs to pen more than 1 there.
Yeah.
If you're playing an autoloader tank, and especially if you're the tank being picked, make all of your shots count. That's literally the only thing that matters at that point.
Yeah, he was, once he was far enough forward that he wasn't going to be able to back away, he just, like you said, needed to pen all his shots and then be like, sorry, team, I died.
Ghost!
Why are you driving in front of all 3 tanks?
Oh,
I
man.
think it was a 57 his play, or I don't even remember what tank that was.
Yeah, he was in the 57.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
the same thing, deja vu, different
Yeah.
maps, same strat. But
What are you
either
doing,
way-
Ghost?
I think his mom was playing his tank there.
Yeah.
You have to hope. But either way, getting into the next game here, see if Defend on Attacks may be able to take the first map 2-0, or maybe MLP like, hey, we've got what it takes to beat the Bears. We shouldn't be dropping games, and we're going to see very similar philosophies as well to the previous game. Defend on Attack not bringing any light tank, going super fast, super heavy. MLP on the other hand, quite the opposite. Double 57s, RHM, Jagdpanzer, they're almost saying like, hey, we're going to be ready for the push this time.
Yeah, and MLP, they are not splitting. They are also abiding by Apes Together Strong this game.
Yep, and of course, no RHM means that Defend on Attack does not know what MLP is bringing. MLP, on the other hand, knows exactly not only what Defend on Attack's bringing, but where the tanks are going. And you see that RHM is not going to go for the cap because he's spotted multiple tanks going ready to punish him.
The T-57 Heavy of Ghost is making his way up the perch again, as we see the RHM just playing in the back, doing some snipey games. And we're gonna. I think it's just we're gonna wait for Defend on Attack to shove in.
Yeah, we'll have to see. Of course, defend on attack is getting on the strike point. That is super important, especially on airfield where generally everyone's
Oh,
together.
God,
Huge
that's a
shot
Yag
there
shot.
from Burley.
Yeah. Oh, and here's the push. They are doing it. They had the and they're going after A King. They said go get A King, and they're doing it. But the thing is, they're taking a lot of damage so far. Langer taking a lot of damage. Felix now down to 1550. Silent in. The mouse is stepping up. Furwy cranking out some damage into that Jagdpanzer E100,075 from that tank. A King, Silent, holding their own. The pig tank of A King is still hanging out there. He's still alive. Dragonwater able to find Langer. Crimson backing up into the high ground with Yape as now finally A King falls. Rodri and Rep's going to be moving along the low side. The RHM Panzerwagon still cranking in a lot of damage. Dragonwater's on reload. They're trying to move away. HP in favor of MLP. They're creating space. They're dragging these tanks from defend on attack like around the map. They're going to try to focus out this 57 heavy before he gets reloaded. Felix is kind of caught out here. He's in between 3 tanks from MLP. He's going to be a couple shots from falling down. There goes Dragonwater. He is going to fall. And all the tanks from Defend on Attack are still bunched up. A bit more map position here to MLP. They have the 50-50M from the middle, farming in, and now they're just going to say, we're driving into Silent. We've got our next tank. Apes together, strong. No, we're not going to kill the mouse. That's a better idea. We're going for the RHM. Ruv, he does have the speed to kind of kite these tanks around. The 50M from the middle has joined the fight. Ruv's going to get pinched in. Reps now has found his way to try to support this, but Ruv, he is Mr. Driver Man. Get this guy into F1, but here's a ram. Nepal looking for it. He does find the ram. Looking for the kill shot here. Now onto Reps is able to find it. Ruv has just rope-a-doped him. He's now back behind him. He's down to
Push is running out of steam.
He's gonna fall. And Rodri able to find the kill there. Ruv's still alive. Yeep not gonna find the shot. Silent is pushing down. He's gonna start shooting into the back of Yape.
He just backs up into him.
Goes Ruv. He backs up into Yape. It's 2 versus 3, but a huge HP advantage for MLP. Couple more shots is gonna find Yape. Silent and Ghost able to take him down, and 2 one-shot tanks are left.
And Ghost, of course, we're talking about it. And yeah, definitely don't want to let this one get a little weird, but this T-57, I don't know where exactly he's going. He should have just gone up to that rock directly right up to Silent. Yeah, I guess he's just getting a strike. This is fine. He's just like, hey, they're one shots. I'll just strike them either way.
Yeah.
And
all the mouse
see,
do is
that's
just stay alive.
That's the thing with those pushes, right? MLP is like, hey, you beat me once, shame on you. You beat me twice, shame on us. So they're like, hey, we're not going to get beat twice by the exact same strat, the same exact push. They were a lot more set up for it this time around. The RHM, of course, was not a pick. The Yag was set up to just do big damage. They got a ton of bleed in, and everything just was set up so much better from MLP this time. And defend on attack, they tried to just keep pushing, slamming it down MLP's throats, but MLP wasn't having it.
Yeah,
together.
A King lived for way too long.
Way
there.
too long.
The
yeah.
Focus fire by Defend on Attack was just awful. And then they didn't end up picking the 57 on the ledge. They ended up splitting their focus fire, so A King lived for way too long. And then they shot the Jagdpanzer and let him get 2 quick shots off in a row.
Yep.
That was just atrocious. They needed to just pick something and kill it. And everyone was like, oh, I'm going to take a 1v1. Like, they're like split up and look for clues. But no, you know where they all are. Go kill them.
Yeah, look at that damage as well. Langer, only 700 damage. The I-7 not doing much. The 430U, sure, he did quite damage by the end of it, but it didn't really matter because, going over to MLP's damage numbers to 57, doing almost 6,000 damage. Verwey really doing all he needed to, just getting in his 3 shots.
3,500 damage, and he was the first one they aped into.
Yeah, he should have been the first pick. He should get no more than 2 shots off the entire game. Him doing 3,500 is a crime.
Dragonwater, I thought he got a couple clips off, but not having a great game as well here. As doesn't matter though, as a win's a win, no matter how you get it. So MLP tying up the series 1-1. A very exciting airfield. Defend on attack just was like, hey, we're doing exactly what our names suggest, Well, I guess not really. They're attacking no matter what, as they're just pushing straight in. And we are going to be going on to Klondike here as our second map, which I think we've only really seen the Bears play, and it created some of the more boring games of all time. So hopefully we see something exciting
We're
come
not
out
going to
today.
get a boring game out of defend on attack, I don't think.
I
Yeah,
guess.
I don't know, man.
This is why I'm
Honestly, yeah.
quite nervous for them here, is because brawling has been their main path to success here. That's how they won the first game, and they did it great. But this isn't going to be a map where you're just going to be able to shove 7 tanks into 7 tanks and just rely on winning the brawl. This is going to have to be a lot more of a tactical game.
You're going to need another layer on that onion now.
Yeah.
Maybe
Just
not
like
an
ogres.
airfield, but
Oh, yes.
but yeah, I don't know. I do think Defend on Attack did show, they at least have what it takes to take a few games here potentially. So we'll have to see. Like you guys are mentioning, they can push, sure, but let's see how they can play a little bit more of a tactical map. Or maybe MLP just handshakes a brawl, and maybe just we go north or we go south and we just have an outright fist fight. But considering MLP's playstyle, you have some thinkers on that team. I feel like, A-King specifically, I feel like he's always trying to better his strategies, right? And I don't think he's a guy that just wants to go and fist fight another team generally.
Yeah, and I think A-King's going to be able to recognize that he just doesn't want to take the fist fight against Defend on Attack.
Why flip a 50-50, right? If you can just guarantee a win by just calling better and have better strats.
Yeah.
And we'll have to see if any of that comes into play here, getting onto the Klondike map. Of course, give these teams a couple seconds to make sure these are actually what they want to run, as of course on Onslaught, they can adjust picks all the way up until the battle starts. It is Fog of War, of course, so unless the teams have an RHM and use that scouting plane at the very start of the map, they won't actually know what the opponent's bringing. But, of course, with that recon plane being so good, it is going to be a staple here, especially on Klondike.
Yep, and both teams are opting in for that RHM, so we'll see what they decide to do. Are we going to get an Apes Together Strong from... no, we're not getting one from Defend on Attack. We're kind of getting a bit more of a Apes Together Strong from MLP, as we got a Congo line going north for MLP.
And Ruev actually, I kind of like this. He's just coming here to take the strike. That's it. They're going to contest up north. We kind of saw this on, I think it was Pilsen yesterday, of a team getting one of the strikes on the offside and then just running away, taking the other strike, and just being like, hey, we got 2 strikes to none, and then we could go brawl, right? That could potentially be 1,400 damage.
Yeah, he's able to find a big one there under reps. They're not really matching that 60 TP in the center. Their 60 TP went toward the RHM, but he's going to be able to kite him around. Langer taking a lot of damage on the way in. Dragonmark's going to be able to find some damage into these tanks if they don't play safe enough. Langer, a lot of bleed there onto that tank. MLP was pretty ready for this. They've got a lot of tanks here in the north. Yeah, there's a big strike there, as we saw that RHM picking that one up earlier, and they're converging on this point. MLP sees they're up a lot of HP in this area, and they're going to take advantage of it. Now, the E50Ms have popped their reload boost, and they're moving around here onto Langer. One more shot's going to be picked up that 430 already, but a lot of bounces. We need to finish up that tank. Very able to do it now. Reps is going to be the next focus, as we've got a 2v1 here. Dragonwater is going to be facing off versus E and Rodri, but they're actually trying to find some shots into the fight before they have started taking on the 60 TP. It looks like the fight's going up towards MLP in the north, as Dragonwater is just holding his time. Felix here on 1,500 is in between several tanks. He's going to fall down, 740 HP left. One more is going to be able to pick him up, as tanks are just dying everywhere for Defend on Attack, as MLP is pretty cleanly picked this one
Felix is alive. The Val does finally get that final shot. But yeah, that's the thing, is MLP ended up having an overmatch. Defend on Attack with their 60 TPs, they kind of left one back at roughly around G2, and they were just not able to get into the fight nearly in time. And that's going to be MLP up 8,000 damage. They're going to be able to take this one. And not only did they win that brawl, Dragonwater is absolutely demolishing E here in the 1v1 of the 60 TPs. He's just driving out in the open, right? He's just too embarrassed to like, hey, look, I wasn't trying the whole time, right, guys? And it's MLP. We're kind of talking about if they're wanting to handshake the fist fight, but the thing is, they were set up so much better than Defend on Attack was, and they just kind of found themselves outmatched, outgunned, and they bled a bunch to take those positions as well. And MLP just kind of comfortably won that brawl, comfortably won the game. Nothing really too much to say about it.
Yeah, Defend on Attack had, like, they obviously had the RHM and one 60 TP out, which was mirrored by MLP. But MLP had 5 tanks in that North Brawl, and Defend on Attack had, like, a random 60 TP just, like, sitting in base doing nothing. And that's, I mean, them pushing into the low ground and just, like, getting bled, that hurt. But the fact that they had the 60 TP out of the Brawl for no reason, that's what lost them the game straight up.
Well,
yeah,
it felt like they were
TP from MLP was getting a lot of shots in there.
Yeah, and it felt like they were maybe leaving that 60T back to just kind of overwatch the middle. But the thing is, such a slow tank just means it can't rotate. I would have loved that to be maybe a medium tank, maybe a CS, maybe an E50M, right? Something that can actually get to the brawl if there is one. But E bouncing a ton of shells. Yape, sure, he did 4 shots of damage, but it was basically after the game was over. Vuri was that a tank initially picked, but still able to get out 1,800 damage and a couple of kills. And Nepal doing 4,600 damage and 4 kills in the middle of that brawl. And just very well played, very clean from LP. Not really any, I was about to say, almost no bounces, almost no misses, and just a clean victory.
That's when you give your teammates a hard time after that. It was like, we were all in the same spot, guys. Why am I 4,500 4 kills? Like, yo, like, step it up.
And look at those 430Us. So much for the damage boost. 400 damage, 400 damage, one shot of damage
deleted.
each.
Yeah.
Not only did it get deleted, I think they bounced 1, maybe 2 shots as well. And just a strong win here from MLP.
Langer died even earlier. I don't know if him living for as long as he did allowed him to get a second shot off, but he was like a 1-shot and both E50Ms bounced off of him. I was like screaming about that in the other room.
Yeah, we called it out too because I don't know how they managed that. These are heat rounds, not low penetrating, and the way that they're sitting, there's not many angles you can bounce off these 430Us at that point.
I'm like, yeah, this guy's gonna die. Like, hypothetically, he's gonna die. Why are they not killing him?
Flashback to the Burbology game from last night where, like, the 2 tanks were on, like, 22 and 12 HP. You hate to see that.
Yeah, but, I mean, other than them not picking up that guy more instantly, that was a pretty clean brawl by MLP.
Yeah, and we'll have to see if MLP is able to take this one to match point here and bring the series up to 3-1 with this game, as of course our predictions looking pretty good so far. Of course, it's still early in the series. We're only potentially halfway through if it does go all 6-7 games, but I mean, hey, either way, 4-1, 4-2, it's still the same thing. Hey, if it's a 4-2 victory, I'll give you guys some credit as well, right?
Yeah, I mean, potentially we could see the first ever 2-0 on Klondike in this this tournament. That'd be pretty cool.
Yeah, and not only that, a 2-0 on Klondike where one of the games ended in like 5 minutes.
True. Not only 5 minutes. I think that was like 2 minutes that game.
Yeah.
They just went north, brought it out dead, and it's over. It's great. We didn't have a 9-minute like strategic cap strat.
The 9-minute fast cap.
The 9-minute
fast cap. It ended up being that basically. Yeah. So we'll have to see what these teams bring here, as looks like, you know, they're not doing too much switching around. So MLP with the 60 TP, IS7, CS, E50M, and an RHM. Defend on Attack on our hand with the 60 TP, IS7, CS, 430U, and an RHM. It was so close to be able to say mirror matchup, but instead we have E50Ms instead of 430Us, which I'll be honest, I honestly am a big fan of the 50M compared to the 430U.
I like it.
It has more HP. The armor is just that tad bit trollier, and the gun feels a little bit better. It's just overall, I do like the E50M quite a bit more than a 430U.
Yeah, the big thing that the 430 does bring is a nice profile for playing like small undulations, which on this map is pretty valuable. And we are just seeing an exact mirror. So here we go. What's better, 430, 50M? We're gonna see it right here.
Yeah, and the thing is, they're trying to counter. Yeah, they're trying to counter out that strike, but not able to do it. Getting into the low ground here, and the thing is, I feel like the 430 versus E50M, same thing as like a 113, 277 debate, right? It's the same tank at the end of the day, but the strike doing some chip damage, and we'll see how this battle evolves.
Rodri's kind of overcommitted here. Ruv and Rodri are fighting this, but Dragon Water's completely moved in. If he's able to get a reload, he's going to be able to finish him off, but it's getting close, down to 91 HP, and Dragon Water just barely not going to be able to finish off that RHM.
Yeah, Rodri landing that shot is actually so incredibly crucial. Not only does it put him into strike range, but it makes that 1v1 potentially down the line winnable now. Instead of being like, hey, I have a shot of damage I can trade to kill him, now it's, hey, we're both one-shots. It's basically a wash now. So super good landing that last potential shot as AK taking a shot, I believe, from the middle there.
Yeah, so at this point what we're looking at is it's a double IS-7s locked in this brawl. It's who can avoid bleeding as much. They have 3 mediums from each side supporting this, the 60 TP in the middle. Oh, no way!
Missed those.
Man! Oh, that's rough.
Oh, that was potentially solo game winning. If he gets that shot, he can just take the strikes for free. He's guaranteed 700 damage a strike, right? They can slow it down and just win that game if he hits that one shot.
Man.
The nerves got to him.
You hate to see that. So
you really
it's this 5v5 stalemate standoff, and these are the games where that offside gets really important, as we do see. First team to blink and move a tank out is going to be MLP. The CS63 from MLP is going to be moving south.
Kind of need to.
And he's going to be looking to re-establish presence toward that strike area.
Yeah, and the thing is, with Rodri playing up here, right, on the kind of center hill over at G6, it prevents that RHM from really being able to do it. They're both one-shots, right? They have the same effective HP, but at the same time, Rodri is infinitely more useful, and he's going to be able to rely on Ghost. Here. I don't know what Ghost is aiming at.
Didn't shoot him, but he knows that he's coming. He knows that Ghost is coming, and this is going to maybe trigger something in the north or start triggering some rotations. The CS63 from defend on attack, it looks like he's going back north, so it looks like they may try to...
They're going to overpush, probably.
They're going to overpush, yeah. They've got a decent little bit of HP advantage. The strike is getting picked up by Ghost, but here we go. We're going to start seeing some movement here. Reps, Crimson all dropping off. They're going to start moving toward this. Very is taking a shot. His HP is not super important, but here we go. Reps, Crimson. The 3 amigos are going to be trying to force on this IS-7 silent. They're going to be flipping sides. They have no support. Nobody stayed behind them. So if they can move away from those medium tanks, big strike. We saw that strike getting captured a second ago. It's going to be used as they are moving on to the medium tanks. The heavies just forced the 2v2 as Nepal is taking some damage. 1200 left on his tank. Silent on 1800. Felix is 2 shots away from dying. Crimson's moved back over to help, but Silent is just keep moving. He's looking for areas to move this battle that's just going to keep stretching out defend on attack as they're playing more offensively. Now on 773. Barry's moved in. He's put his shot into Reps now as is spinning around. They're not pinning their shots. They're bounce there, and Fairway able to pick up His bounces everywhere. Langer able to pick up Riv. That was a big shot. Able to find that light tank sniping on the outside. Fairway's going to be a shot from falling down. 26 HP. Reps needs to find it. The E50M finds one.
Stop.
He needs to pin it. And he's going to die because the E50M
had the
reload boost, and the strike misses! Oh my god! Very is alive on 6 HP. Dragon Water is going to be able to find Yape here with one more shot from his 60 TP. Very finds the first shot. Here comes Langer. He's going to be trying to space this fight, trying to cut around, find as much damage as he can before Langer not finding it, but the Ram is going to come through as he's able to pick it up. Hitman, we got a 2v2 HP in favor of MLP, and they're on the cap.
The Fin on attack has done so much to try to lose this game. It's insane. Not only did Rodri miss the 1v1, and he huge shot there as well. Every shot is so crucial at this point, but they're going to need to get resets. It's 20 seconds left, and these tanks are very annoying to try and dig out. More than likely have to load up an HE shell, try and make it happen, but Verwi survived way longer than he ever should have been. If just one of those shells there pins that bounced, then he would have been dead. He would have done like 1200 less damage. Would have been easy game to win, but instead, just going to get a cap out here from MLP.
That? I do have to give props to the IS-7s from MLP for flipping that ridge, because one thing I can just imagine, like a caller blowing his lid, because when you make a push like that, okay, and you push your support tanks that are supporting those heavies to the other side, and you make your push, that leaves your 2 heavies on one side, and all your mediums on the other. Well, what just happens there is the heavy tanks from MLP flip the ridge. They force a 2v2, which isn't that advantageous for defend on attack. They're not using their overmatch correctly. Instead of, if they left a medium back to kind of stop that, they push those medium tanks across. They get tucked and force the supporting mediums from MLP to move in a little bit to support the heavy tanks that are getting pushed on. But they didn't. The medium tanks went straight for the medium tanks on MLP. It made them spend a lot of HP closing ground, and then the heavy tanks from MLP just flip, and it's doomed.
And look at those bounce shells there as well. 3 from Yape. There was 4 from that 430U. And Rodri with that missed shot that we were talking about earlier. Reps with 3 bounces as well. I need the block damage from Burley.
Oh, very. Yeah,
It's going to be like 6 no pins. That's my guess, honestly.
I can't wait to see this.
Okay, 4 non-pins.
1370.
Yeah, but still, that 1370 was the difference of him getting 2,000 or 3,000 damage that game and 4,602 kills.
Yeah.
2 big things that game. Once again, the defend on attack, their repush was terrible. Their focus fire was terrible. A-King, for the second time, lived way too long. I mean, I don't know that he should have been the first pick, but he definitely should have died earlier than he did. Even though he only got 2 shots off, it's still just like, why is this guy alive for so long? And I think you guys probably mentioned it, but Rodri missing the kill on Ruev as he ran away, that was a game-winning kill.
Yeah,
it really was. And that's exactly what we're talking about. It's the difference of, hey, that RHM's able to get in, do damage, just be an annoyance. And on top of all that, that 430U, keep in mind, this is a blank brawl. These players have 0.15 less dispersion. There's less RNG involved, and he bounces 4 shots. And it's not like we're fighting like a 279E here when you're just shooting up into it, right? We're not fighting hold down chieftains. We're fighting point blank E50Ms. There should not be a penetration issue in these games. Like, I saw shots go into the rear tracks when they had their entire side. I'm like, how do you even miss that badly? Like, it's just so frustrating.
Like, I think that they're slinging heat, and I think APCR is going to do in a lot of these situations. Like,
honestly,
you know, you're sitting at the side of the tank.
430U is only AP, I think, right, for that shell. But even still, it's the same kind of point.
It's the same concept. Like, if you're shooting at the broad side of a tank, that AP is going to be a lot more consistent.
Yeah, it's maybe also just don't shoot into like the bottom of their tracks, right? Like, maybe actually just auto aim, right? It's not a good habit, but at the same time, when you're point blank and you have the broadside of a tank, auto aim is honestly the best way to place that shot, because you're guaranteed just placing it in an area that's going to pin. But instead, they try to aim it themselves and aim it horribly.
Yeah, auto aim is so insanely easy to abuse, and it's really strong if you use it correctly, but...
Yep.
Yeah.
And it's do or die. It's do or die time here for defend on attack. If they don't win this one, they're out. So it should be pretty tough.
Yeah, we'll have to see. Defend on attack, of course, the loser of this tournament is out of the tournament entirely, and only taking home 4th prize is definitely a sad result after working so hard. So we'll have to see. Defend on attack, backs against the walls. They did win the first game, but have not been able to do much outside of that. If they do lose this match, they're only going to be able to get home 60,000 gold and 20,000 bombs with no cash prize.
Yeah, it's going to be a little bit stronger north presence here for MLP. They've got that RHM already on the strike, as he's capping that. Reps in the 430 for defend on attack is going to be capturing the other strike. So it's
I really like the play of just getting a strike that you know you can get out of, because it just gives you that early nice advantage.
They're going straight for A-King. He's going to have some support. These 250 E50Ms are coming fast. But let's see if they can do it. Felix already taking some damage in the middle, trying to get up and over here onto this IS-7. Here comes Dragon Water and the other E50M as they are going to be trying to support. They need to try to kill this IS-7 as fast as possible. Felix and Langer, the pressure is on them. Felix on 1158. He's the lowest tank in the fight as Dragon Water now rolling in. He's moving up alongside Felix. He needs to not block too many shots here for his team. 170 HP left on his tank as Dragon Water is sitting up a little too high. He takes a lot of farm in from the other side. He's going to drop. Now Ruiv is coming in. Lanker is a couple shots from dying in his IS-7 as he's now down to a one-shot, 392 HP left on his tank. Ghost is taking a lot of damage. Crimson just constantly firing. Down goes Ghost as well. Fairy's moved on to Reps. Fairy says, I'm getting in there, buddy. And now away goes Crimson. So a 2 for 2 after all was said and done.
And HP is relatively even.
MLP by about nothing.
Yeah, of course, now the HP is starting to swing in MLP's favor with Reps getting just completely obliterated now. He's going to try and do what damage he can to Verwi, but Verwi's going to be able to put another big shot in here. Reps theoretically can get another 3, maybe even 4 shots in, but a huge bounce. That's actually so incredibly important. And another bounce. That's the side of him. How do you guys manage this?
Reps is gaining right now. He's got that reload boost going on. Here comes a strike in, another couple of shots bouncing. As now Silent finally able to come up and over and take the kill there onto Reps as he was becoming a bit of a menace.
These aren't difficult tanks to penetrate. They had the side turret and just top-down view of them. I don't even know there was an angle to bounce at that point. And the HP is dead on even, but MLP is up a tank. Verwi's a one-shot to a strike. Now, that is actually such an important CS strike.
Yeah,
if Crimson... Yeah, Crimson could potentially get the strike, take out Verwi, and all of a sudden they have an HP lead. They have a tank on the cap, and this one actually might not be looking too bad for defend on attack. I kind of like where they're at right now.
Yeah, the one advantage they do have is they're going to get this strike from Verwi first. So maybe trying to make a play around that before he does inevitably fall to the opposite strike on the other end.
I almost feel like Crimson just like
man, this is so tight.
Yeah, I guess I don't 100% know if he can be safe from that IS-7 to get on that strike.
I think the IS-7 can stop him.
But we have
and he misses. He's driving straight in. He's getting farm from a few angles, and he's got a long reload. Barry's gonna get another one. Oh, and he's just
make your shots count, guys.
Oh wait, no way, he gets this kill. Oh, and he bounced it again.
And now he's getting shoved out to his team, and they're finally trying to take the south now, but it's too late. 4,000 HP difference now.
Bounce.
Can we get 4 for 4?
I think that was that another bounce?
I think it was. As Rue is trying to 1v2 now.
Please no. Oh my!
He's trying to go, but Verli's getting the gun block. He finally takes him down. But dude, if they were able to win this 2v1 in the south, maybe there's a chance for defend on attack. Yeah, but no, gets outplayed as well, set on fire. Rue's going to win that one, and now it's just E and Yape. And that's going to be MLP taking the series a convincing 4-1. It looked like they had some life in that first game, and it looked like they were about to take another match or another game as well, but in the end, just not really enough.
This?
MLP.
The damage block numbers are going to be way too high after this game. Good shot.
Yeah, I don't. There's some horrible shots, and
hey, Bloop, how's it going? How did you like all those bounce shots, Bloop?
Neither of these teams deserves to win this match. Straight up, they both played awful. I mean, MLP's obviously been like consistently better, but that was awful by them. The 60 TP 1v1 there that E won. I mean, he should have won it by default, but then he bounced like twice. First driving in, and then while being in the open, Verwi bounced off of him twice as well. And then once again, we have teams. Defend on attack, pushing into A-King, and A-King once again living forever. He did so much damage.
A-King did 6,000 damage in that position.
He was literally the first guy they pushed into, man.
TP,
he can't keep getting away with it.
He can't keep getting away with it.
Bouncing 1,600 reps. What? I don't know if we even saw that, but Reps blocked 2,500 damage in his 430U, and he was just brawling in the middle of it. Like he wasn't some like hold down weird position. Verly bounced a bunch as well. Yeah,
Oh
it was
my
that 1v1
gosh.
is they are highlighting.
Very
But-
European pen rate there.
A-Kane blocked 2,000, did 6,000 in return, and died. That's effectively what 10,000 HP. He just did like heavy tank 15.
Yeah, he did heavy tank 15 for the Stug with half the tanks of a normal game.
with half the tanks
No.
and competitive match.
Yeah.
Dude.
Like, what a great game for Verly's been playing extraordinarily well this, like Verly and A-Kane, like everyone's been.
No,
playing
no,
well
not
for the side
Verly.
of
No,
MLP.
not that last game. He played awful, but
Yeah, okay, yeah. I got the
A-Kane-
names mixed up a little bit. A-Kane had a monster game that game. Verly was the MVP of the previous game.
yeah.
Like they just have one player that's been stepping up and just killing it every single one of these games, and that's MLP dominating win here 4-1. So both of you guys getting your predictions correct here.
Yeah, I'm honored. Thanks, Hitman. Really like getting my predictions correct. Now, if I were to choose to predict how many the pen rates of these games, I would have been off by about 20% probably.
Yeah, these are the best players, at least on NA. So we need to be penning some shots, boys. Come on.
Thank the Lord
Yeah.
we had A-King stepping in from EU to pin some shots that game.
Yeah,
Absolutely
really.
so.
A-King is
After
just
the break,
the wall. Like, you do not push A-King. You will lose. And if you
It
do push
was-
A-King, you make sure
it
he
was
dies.
so awkward as well. That 430 wasn't even like getting shots in because he was being blocked by his teammate. It was just such a horrible time push. And as we were just seeing with that bracket, we're going to be back after our break. We're going to head into Stacked, taking on MLP. MLP is going to have such an incredible journey if they do win this. They had to beat the Bears. They're having
I'm
to
cheering
beat the
for
Fin
them.
on Attack. They're going to have to beat Stacked and then go into Dopamine potentially if they do win their next match. That is an insane roster. And they're going to have 3 back-to-back matches if that's what happens as well. But either way, it's been some fantastic games. It's been crazy. And I think we're ready to go to break here, and we'll be back shortly with our next match.
Yep.
Yeah.
See you guys soon.
Adios. Nope.
Yeah, we're back.
We're back.
Come on.
I've
Give
heard
us a break,
sometimes it does
Kihan,
this.
please.
Joke's on them. I didn't want to leave.
on the ledge chills. Oh,
Yeah.
We're back.
Exactly.
We were discussing the previous games. It
Yeah,
was actually on
we were
topic.
trying to get some frustration out of our systems after that previous series.
A lot of frustration built up after watching that.
So that is the Fin on Attack being sent home. Like I mentioned, they're going to be taking home 60,000 gold and 20,000 bonds. And now we're going to see MLP again. We're going to see potentially them the rest of the night or Stack the rest of the night. We'll have to see whether or not they're able to take it here, as MLP has been playing really well, I would say. Like that entire series, it was really well. They faltered a little bit. They had some horrible shots, sure. But like overall, it never felt like it was out of their control.
Yeah, I feel like they were in control for most of it, but
It leaves a lot to be desired for sure.
they were very, like, they should have lost at least the second Klondike game, the one where Rodri missed the kill shot on Roof. Like, they should have lost that game, period. You know, a clutch miss and then a clutch play by Verwe just murdering a couple of 430Us allowed them to pick up that
really
one.
messy push, both in execution, like where they drove their tank and where they fired their guns.
Yeah. And honestly, just, I don't know. I feel like that was more Defend Attack just not bringing their A game or their B game. That was like a C-, D+ game from Defend on Attack.
They pinged they pinged the Discord. We had 3 games going for Clan Wars tonight, guys. We need a team to fill, and that's who showed up.
Yeah, really.
And we're going to have to see, because Stack is a very solid team. Sure, they did get beat 4-1 against Dopamine, but at the same time, they beat the Fin on Attack 4-0, right? Like, in terms of the teams that these have played to try their skill levels, I feel like these teams are very evenly stacked. No pun intended.
That's what I was about to say. A very nice pun you got there. Yeah, I think that Stack is playing a very OP style. OP is quite the opposite of Defend on Attack. He plays very spread and across the map, and that's sort of how they've been playing this whole tournament, and you've kind of seen that style work for them. MLP, I think they've done a little bit of everything.
Yeah, and we're going to see our maps. We're going to see Oyster Bay as our first map of the day. Even though that kind of looks like Airfield a little bit, but either way, Oyster Bay for our first map, Glacier is the second, and then Klondike going on as the third map. And we're going to have to see what we got. And also, I just feel like team philosophy as well. MLP, at least just how that team feels, it's more of a thinker team, right? They kind of plan everything out. OP traditionally, we talked about it before, is more of just, hey, we have a rough idea of what we're going to do. Let's just load in a game, see what they got, and call it from there, right? He's just very trusting in his own calling ability to win him the match, really.
It's been working so far.
Yeah, it's been working so far, and we'll have to see if it's able to take down another top team here, as we saw them kind of falter at their first competition. And now it's do or die, right? If you lose this match, you're out of the tournament. The difference between third and second place is a lot. Second place, you get 20,000 extra gold, you get 10,000 extra bonds. Great. But you also get $1,000 of cash compared to none. So just winning this match guarantees you, $150 so a player. And it's not a huge amount of money. It's not life changing. You're not going to be able to go buy a car with it. But hey, it's, maybe it helps pay a couple late bills. You never know in today's inflation.
It depends on the car. You can, I don't know, go to like a junkyard, $150. Hey, give me that pile of rust.
I'm gonna LS swap this breast bucket right here, man. I swear, we're gonna be flying down the highway.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, once.
Either way, community prediction. Honestly, I feel like this is going to be interesting.
Whoa!
Well,
the community, OP Hackers scorned, man. This is rough.
OP, get your U-bots in here to vote for you. What are you doing, man?
I was gonna say, with my same philosophy of like, hey, maybe MLP's a 6 seed, maybe people don't know him as well. At the same time, maybe they just don't know Stack, because giving Stack the 36% chance to win is pretty low even for Stack. Like, that team is not bad, and they absolutely can take this match.
Yeah, I mean, testing from the benchmark that both of these teams played against Defend and Attack, pretty sure Stacked 4-0'd them, and it was like quite a comfy 4-0 for them. And MLP, that 4-1 didn't feel like a 4-1. That felt like a 4-3, to be honest.
And interestingly enough, a little piece of note here that I just noticed, right? Stacked and MLP did play in a qualifier, I just am realizing. And the result of that match was Stacked 4 and MLP 2. So Stacked has beat MLP comfortably in the past to get into this tournament. They beat Smile to get into this tournament as well. The only team that they lost to in that qualifier was Dopamine, which has stayed consistent so far today as well. So honestly, Stacked could even potentially be favored. I know our predictions are kind of all over the place with this matchup, but it's going to be an exciting one. I really can see their team taking this one, and it's really going to depend on who's making less mistakes.
Yeah, I will say that one thing that's maybe to consider is that Stacked is coming into this game from the loss against Dopamine just now, and MLP's coming into this game fresh off a win. So maybe that has an impact on the player's mentality, but I definitely hope not.
Another thing of note is Stacked was just able to watch MLP, for several games, sit back, relax, think about what they did wrong.
Learned much from that series, man.
Well, just maybe what they're doing right, because MLP, they just had to play a 5-game series. They get like 5-10 minutes, and they're going into another match, right? Just not having that just time to reset. Like, okay, new match, just reset mentality. It can be tough. So I don't know. It's going to depend. Is it a tilt from that previous match, or is it, hey, we got that extra break, we're able to see what they're doing? Is that going to help us in this match? So it's kind of the battling mindsets there.
I will definitely say that if Stacked just YOLO pushes into A-King 4 games in a row, then they will have not learned anything from the previous match.
I will say, out of everything OP's known for, I would say YOLOing is not really one of them. As you can see our predictions here, predicting a 4-3 for MLP's side. I think it's going to be close. Scott with the 4-2. And of course, Bloop going against a grain, thinking Stack's going to be able to take it, thinking it's going to be the same score that it was in qualifiers.
Yeah, I do think Stacked will pick this up. Although, I don't know. Could go either way, honestly.
Yeah. But
I think MLP's scaling. They're scaling to infinity. They're going to hit level 16. It's over with.
Ooh.
Yeah.
That is an interesting tank if they decide to bring it here. We can see the Ho-Ri 3, and it is locked in.
Yeah,
so
it's locked in.
See
I've
how they
seen
decide to use that.
The Chinese one, the WZTD, a bit. I haven't seen as much of the Ho-Ri.
So Ho-Ri, I believe it has the same ability as a Grill and a Sturve, I want to say. I would have to triple check that. Or no, I think it is a different ability.
Is it the sniper?
Or no, yeah, it is the same. So it is the sniping ability. If you're
Okay,
unspotted at the time of shot, you are doing increased damage. And that is a pretty significant increase of damage as well. And that tank, while it's not really viable and competitive, right, not really good in pubs, its gun is actually pretty comfy. Like,
yeah,
it swings around, it's a laser.
Yeah.
So yeah, they're able to use that as pretty aggressively north-centered start here from MLP. They have all of their tanks in basically 2 grid squares. So I want to see them push or do something, because Stacked is already taking map control away. They're already getting onto this strike here in the south, getting into the radio point. They got north pretty secure as well, though. 360 TPs.
It's
You're
a
not
big
pushing
anchor.
into that. Also, interestingly, I'm wondering if this is a field mods thing, but Koman is at 3,500 HP for a 60 TP. Either that or not bringing hardening. Either one. I'm not exactly certain why he has such low HP.
Yeah, and it looks like MLP is going to be moving up along through here to start maybe applying pressure to the cap as they're getting A-King out wide. Some shots not quite connecting, as now they're connecting. Silent dropping down to about 1,400 instantly, as they've finally taken this bit of map control along the south, but they paid dearly for it.
They paid indeed, and OP Hacker kind of knowing that, like, hey, this is really the only position that could be a potential pick point, so he's going to just back off a tier here, just make sure he's not able to get picked. just kind of get more towards his vision point, get ready to get another shot if MLP keeps pushing. And so far, Stacked has a super good start. A lot of bleed damage, up about 3,000 HP. And we'll see if they're able to extend that. Of course, MLP is sitting pretty comfortably, able to get some cap pressure on. But whenever Stacked wants, they can reset that with their strike, of course.
Yeah, and we see OP taking a shot of damage there. Got spotted with that recon plane. It spotted him, and I believe Ghost was able to put a shot into him. I think their play is they want Stack to make the play first and use that devastating gun of the Ho-Ri, as you mentioned, unspotted, getting that damage boost to try to help. They're kind of forced into this low ground, and that's their supporting fire. Other than that, they don't have a whole lot going for them. They don't have a lot of map control, but they are around the cap area.
Yeah, and Verwi kind of playing a little bit aggressively here, seeing if he can put a shot into the side of OP, Hacker, or John, but not able to make it last right now. But I didn't even notice this Ghost in the Ho-Ri getting completely demolished by Deft, and he's just going to get taken out.
Yeah, Deft is kind of owning, keeping up with last series. He was, playing pretty well for OP against Dopa, and this series doing the same. Able to find a lot of value here as Roof taking a big shot, and his RHM as he tries to push out Deft, and they're just bleeding all around, 7,000 HP difference.
Yeah, and honestly, I'm surprised Frigger hasn't dropped his strike. Sure, you might want to save it for a more confirmed target, but it was a guaranteed kill onto that Ho-Ri. I think you just take it. Sure, it's not the most efficient use of your strike, but it's guaranteeing that kill. You don't want to greed it because now it's still alive. It could still potentially put out 1, even 2 more shots of damage, and it makes it so not using that strike cost you, several hundred HP. And here comes the zone, and I fully expect the strike to come out as well, as finally there it is. Frugo does get that strike on Ho-Ri.
Yeah, they waited for the RHM to light everything with that plane, spots it, and see you later, buddy. He's gonna fall. Ruev took a shot of damage during that as well, now down to 19 HP, and it's a slow, not even that slow of a bleed out from MLP.
It's 10,000 HP difference right now.
It's significant.
Yeah, Ruev ended up getting spotted by the recon point and taken down quite heavily. And Stacked is just going to repush this, right? They're up 10,000 HP. This has been a dominating win here for Stacked. It's really just a matter of time. There's no real way for MLP to get back into it. Their light tank's a one-shot, Death's full HP. He's just going to be able to do whatever he wants.
Yeah, these are the losses that feel really bad because you sit there
1
thinking the whole
HP.
time, what could we have done? And like you gotta
Okay,
brush
guys.
these off. They feel bad.
Yeah, it's definitely a pretty demoralizing loss here for MLP. Like I mentioned, when you're just after such a long series, it can feel very tiring. This game is very intensive to play, right? Like you have to have just a lot of focus, right? And when you have to keep up that focus for such a long period of time, it gets draining, it gets tiring. Like, there's a reason that in other professional esports, when you have matches that go for such a long time, like players are just drained after the match, and having to play this back-to-back series and then potentially another series after if you win it, it's almost like just too much to even want to think about.
Yeah. Shoo, man. You're either gonna get worn out by the schedule, or you're gonna get powered up from it. That was not fun at all.
Absolutely. So Dragon Water doing what he can, but he is going to be taken down here shortly, and that's going to be the match. Stacked with the 14,000 HP win, clean sweep as well, no tanks lost, and it was just never in doubt. Stacked just from the get-go got a ton of early bleed in, just dominated the South, caught that Ho-Ri out, killed him, killed the RHM. Super methodical and easy win for them, it felt like.
Yeah, that was like just honestly pretty flawless gameplay by Stacked. I liked how they played it. Them taking South was good. Silent pushing in and becoming 1,300 hit points right at the start of the game. Not good.
Not good at all. Triple 60 TPs. Everyone making their shots count as well. Something we did not see in the last match. And
Yeah.
2,200 damage being rung out right at the start is such a huge swing. Just basically made it so MLP could never even think about pushing up into it. And that's kind of what Stacked was relying on. They were set up to counter that north repush, and those damage numbers for the side of MLP are anemic. A-King with one shot of damage, Hori with one shot of damage, 60TP with one shot of damage, RHM with 2 shots of damage, 60TP 2 shots, 60TP 3 shots, and CS of Dragon Water. Almost all of his damage was after the game ended. Like, they did nothing this entire game.
Yeah, that was bad. We're gonna want to go next.
Coman had
after that
3,500 damage blocked. We only saw it for a second, but 3,500. It's all down 60 TP, but still, that is so much absorption that he's just able to do there.
We're gonna need to see some more people having 4 digits of damage in this game,
preferably. Especially with everyone having 25% increased HP. Having half your team do less than 800 damage is pretty depressing. Having 4 of your teammates just like, oh yeah, we just kind of did 1 shot of damage and we just left, right? It's like, how do you 1 shot of damage when your HP pool already is increased so much? It's like, well, we got unlucky.
Got shot a few times. Yeah, I mean, from that game, it felt like MLP is just not ready to fight teams that are shooting back. I don't know what else to say about that. That was pretty bad.
That was they like all played toward the beach area. They drove forward, saw there were 360 TPs, and like got there, and they like looked back to the Hori sitting in the bush. What are we gonna do now, boss? What do we got? And he just looks at him. He's like, don't know, man. I think we're just gonna sit here and we're gonna lose. And that's what they did.
MLP has been inverse gaming. They started out beating the Bears, right? They looked really solid throughout that series. Besides a couple of games, they looked pretty average against the Fin on attack. And then after that first game, they just look lost. It's such a de-evolution so far this team. Of course, it's one game, right? There's just still a lot of series left to be played, but we really got to see some life out of them that isn't from what we saw against the Fin on attack, because they keep playing at that same level. Stacked is easily going to take it.
Yeah, this needs to be the slap in the face, like, hey, wake up, the real matches are starting.
Yeah, and it looks like Stack bringing quad at 60 TPs, IS-750M, and an RHM MP on the other hand. 3 60 TPs at 277, a CS, a E50M, and an RHM. So wanted to keep it a little bit lighter for the side of MLP, wanted to kind of rotate more. And I honestly like the lineup a little bit more. I think having the double medium compared to 1 on a map like Oyster Bay is quite nice. And it looks like Deft going to have to turn around. This actually
MLP,
could be huge.
Yeah, Dragon Water takes a shot of damage, but honestly, it's not that bad. He's able to take this. There it is.
Okay.
Out. Oh, yeah, he got cooked. I was expecting him to get cooked. He got cooked. Def just lost a lot of HP. They contested that RHM out wide with a CS. The RHM realized, I am never going to win this 1v1 versus a CS. I need to get out of here. He does just that, but the toll Hitman was about all of his HP.
If they can deny this other strike point, another recon tower point, MLP are in a fantastic position to start this game. And they committed just enough to be able to take this strike and hold it confidently without having to commit as much as they did to the north last time. Last time, they sent 7 takes up there, right, to control it, giving up a strike and a recon tower. And it's like, well, at that point, who cares that you guys have so much up there? We have the entire map. We've seen it yesterday as well. I forget which team it was, but they took around the south from that north spawn, ended up being huge pains in the sides, ended up just dominatingly winning that game. So map control on Oyster Bay is extremely
They're just
important.
bleeding. It's the same thing, except it's
just
other
reversed. And
look at this bleed. They're just bleeding from everywhere.
It is honestly... It feels like deja vu. Of course, the Stacked isn't pushing as aggressively, but they have 2 tanks stuck in one position, and they're just getting struck on repeat.
Oh, man. I mean, if you're Stacked right now, you're looking at your team comp. So the way I usually play the game is you look at your anchor tanks, which are going to be the 460 TPs, and then your mobile tanks, which generally would include the IS-7. In this situation, it's... kind of difficult because he is sort of in a fixed position. Maybe he can move due to the mobility of that tank. And you're thinking, okay, I have 3 tanks I can put wherever I want on the map. One of them is almost dead in the RHM.
Watch, Recon's
so what's
gonna
be
come
my
here,
play?
and another strike, I bet.
Strike.
Yeah, they're getting a recon tower and a strike. They're probably going to pop the recon. Hey, 2 tanks are still together. Silence trying to get it. He has been kind of getting blind fired off of it, but get it here, pop it, drop the strike on the 2 tanks, and hey, you're doing happy. There's the recon, and there's no reason not to just drop the strike on these 2 tanks, in my opinion.
Yeah. And another Jackfoot taking another one there from Verwy getting the best of him. And like I mentioned, what is the play for Stacked? They don't have the mobility to really start taking places on the map. Ruiv can pretty well play wherever he wants as long as he doesn't run into several tanks. And it's rough. This is not good if you're Stacked.
And this is a kind of cheeky position, right? It's getting really early vision into a potential repush into south, as John is already spotted out. Ruiv does get spotted in return, so they need to be a little bit careful, but they're just sitting double medium. This is what I was talking about, the medium advantage. Oyster Bay is such a vision and control based map that having the double medium to kind of flex around the side like this ends up helping. You can either bait off a heavy tank, right, and maybe repush the air side of the map, or just take that overmatch that's given to you. So we'll have to see. MLP up about 1500 HP, but so far I feel like it's looking a lot better than last game.
Yeah, and they do have that damage dealt advantage in their favor as the tiebreakers by a long shot right now. So Stacked is still under some pressure. And we see another one. Shot. Got you, baby. Taking a shot from Verwy.
And that's the thing. There's still 2 tanks up next to him. Like, you can easily just get a strike if you get some vision. See 2 tanks next to each other, just drop the strike, right? 700 damage is 700 damage. So we'll have to see. And also the fact that MLP, they actually have 2 strikes currently. Verwy and Dragonwater currently sent on a strike. Of course, Dragonwater still has his from when he captured at C2 point, and Verwy picked up his from, you know, a minute and a half cooldown. So that is, maybe they're just trying to save them up for a potential double strike.
Go. I think this is going to be Stack's move. They are, no pun intended, stacking their tanks now at E2. If you look, the 60 TPs and the 60 TPs are all moving into one area. I do not like it, but I think it's going to be their play, and they're going to be looking to make a move toward Verwy in the IS7 and MLP. They are reading it. Here comes Roof, Dragonwater. They're sliding across, and they're going to be looking to support this 277 out here on the side.
Yeah, not only are they reading it, they used that recon tower and was able to spot it. And look at that, 700 damage. They have another strike on Verwy as well that he can just drop at any time. They just used their medkits to get rid of that stun. Hey, guess what? You can just get stunned right back again.
And here comes Koman. He's going to be crossing.
Oh,
and
guys.
A lot of misses. And that's going to kind of be an even 1v1 there. 277 versus 60 TP. Every time that 60 TP trades, he's going to be getting a bit of an advantage. So Verwy has to play this pretty smart. Yeah, it's a bit disadvantaged. Verwy looking for it now, able to find this follow-up shot. Koman now looking for the trade. He's got some support. The 60 TP's made his way out here to help the 277. Backing off now a little bit. Another shot from the 277. He's getting OP Hacker out here out wide. They're developing into another 2v2. OP not taking any bleed. Let's see what they're able to do. Now, can they get the double volley? And it's dirted. Verwy only taking 1 shot there from that double volley from the 60.
They get this strike. That is huge for this 2v2. Dragon should just stay back. Just get the strike. Get the strike, drop it. 350 extra damage on top of all this. And honestly, you don't even need to strike at this point anymore. Just win the brawl. Gotcha, baby is set on fire. They're just to see that. This is like feeding kindle to the fire, right? It's like it's not enough to get the flame started, so they're just dedicating another tank to try and keep going. But nope, still not enough to win it. Throw another tank into the fire. Maybe you'll be able to win it 4v2. But Stacked absolutely outplayed. This is a complete flip from that previous match. We thought Stacked was super dominant in the first game, and then they look like they have no idea what they're doing. It's
I don't know my timing super well on this map as far as like contesting the outside angle. I've played it a little bit, but I don't know if it's like one-sided, like as far as like say the north has a good advantage, but I think they won from 2 different ways of controlling different portions of the map, so I think it's something that needs to be seen a bit more, but it definitely felt that.
Yeah, and they just played really well. Just got the bleed in, and the issue is really those strike zones, right? MLP probably did 3,000 some HP, probably even more than that, from strikes alone. That's it. And just being able to control that northern strike zone and denying the middle one is just so huge. When a game is slow like this, having a strike advantage gives you almost effectively an extra tank. And that's what we saw, strike after strike, damage after damage, just getting bled all over the place. And then in the end, that repush being a very poor idea, just not sending enough tanks to get it done.
Yeah, they pulled out the Uno reverse card that game for sure.
Yeah.
They saw what happened game 1 and dealt it right back game 2.
I would love to be able to see how much damage was done by strikes. I think it was Dragon Water picking it up this game, but unfortunately, a certain keyhand forgot to ready up the spectator, so we will not be getting post-game stats here.
Unlucky.
That's unfortunate.
So either way, I know Verwi did a ton of damage. He was just farming in at 277, playing out Brawl well. And that's Oyster Bay in the books, 1-1. So that was Stack's map pick. So we're getting on to MLP, who picked Glacier. And Glacier, honestly, I feel like out of the map pool has been one of, if not the most fun map, in my opinion. There has just been crazy games on Glacier and a huge variety of strategy as well. We've seen just instant pushovers. We've seen EBRs taken hill. We've seen like north plays, south plays. It's been a fun map so far, and I'm excited to see what these teams got for us.
Yeah, Glacier's definitely like a really tactical heavy map. Like you said, it's not just like a push in and brawl type of map, but there is opportunity for decent brawls on the cap. So yeah, it'll be interesting to see how these teams play it.
Yeah.
I kind of like the dynamic that's been playing out in Glacier. You have the philosophy that you put a lot of 60 TPs there onto the cap area on the ridge, and you force a tank up to stall that cap. You poke over, bam, 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 get your trade, pull back, and kind of wash, rinse, and repeat that. Or it's been playing on the off side of the map and then forcing the team that's sacking the cap to get into a bit of an antsy situation from farming them from the offside. And we've seen teams take both of these philosophies, work pretty well with them. And I'm pretty interested to see. I think Stacked has generally favored that offside pretty hard, and I kind of want to see what they bring to this game.
Yeah, so let's see what they got. And I mean, it's a very important map here. If either of these teams are able to take a 2-0, just going up 3-1 at any point in the match is a wonderful feeling. Kind of gives you that security. You have 3 games to just win a single one at that point. But either way, we're going to see these tanks. Looks like kind of ready. Stacked, we did see the grill play out extremely well to their advantage previously. We'll have to see if that's the case again here. And they do have the double 60 TP, the i7 to mouse, CS, and the RHM to pair along with it. MLP on the other hand, double 60 TP, BZ, CS, double E50M, and an RHM. So kind of more of a traditional lineup, bringing that BZ. Kind of the reason I've seen it at least previously played is you bring it towards the mid, and it's kind of just ready to just boost up the hill if given an opportunity. But usually it is a bit difficult to get said opportunity.
Yeah, they use that grill to punish any like up and overs, any pushes on the AB, and it as you mentioned, that ability, it smacks like unspotted shots doing a lot of damage. It's like getting hit by a Yag, but you've got an even more of a laser gun than the grill already has, and a lot of damage. And it is going to be it's a weak center setup for Stacked. They have the 160 TP recessed back, trying to stop that up and over. As I mentioned, the wash, rinse, and repeat idea, as they'll try to like work out co-man here. But they've got the grill supporting them and the 60 TP supporting from behind as well.
And this is almost the same strat from Stacked as earlier, getting the tank, getting the 2 tanks in the south, grill to support the tank, getting or just holding the cap. And it worked out for him before, so hey, why not, right? 60 TP. Can he get this strike? Because if he can, that's huge. It's almost guaranteed 1,000 damage.
Yeah, the grill just put a big shot in, and it's stopping that wash, rinse, and repeat. And now we're seeing what I mentioned as well. This offside angle. They're playing way out here in the south, and it's gonna start pinching those heavy tanks in the middle. They're gonna run out of room to play, and it's gonna force them to, make a decision. Where are we gonna apply pressure on this map in order to give our heavy tanks a little bit more room to play?
Yeah, and Jakafa forced MLP's hand with that strike because they didn't want him getting that strike and doing potential 1,000 damage to the grouped up tanks of MLP. And yeah, we're seeing OP Hacker and Deft. I think they're going to be playing a little bit smarter. We did see last time we played this map,
Counter push.
the RHM, Varadri did a lot of damage. He ended up kind of misplaying it, but it's just annoyance, right? It's hard to dig out these two tanks, and we'll have to see how much damage they're able to do. This Mouse of Comment's just here to be a pain in the side.
Yeah, and I think what Stacked is kind of wanting MLP to do here, as we see Ruiv go for, I can only assume, a play to go up the hill here in this RHM. Let's see if he's able to make it down to 1100, 468. Shots flying all around him. Jakafa's got it, and he's going to take him out. Yeah.
What a gamble.
That was certainly a play.
And the other issue is now they can't control the offside, right? They have the W50Ms in the north, and they're just going to be able to kind of dominatingly take the south here. They're just getting shots, and they finally do get that strike as well. Frugo's getting out of here to the north.
Straight into the RHM in the south. Here comes Dragon Water. He said, "Stop shooting my friends," and like,
shoot me instead.
He's running them away. And oh wait, Def stopped in the open for a second. Can they find all three? No.
He does get saved.
There was some tanks on reload. That was. I think that should have been timed up a little bit better. I think we saw a defend on attack like get really ready for that spot.
Yeah, but OP Hacker's not even worrying about Dragon Water. He's just realizing, hey, I'm just going to get a ton of damage. And Verwe's going for some shots on the side of the mouse, but
he's running
into death. As and by death, I do mean gotcha, baby, and Frugo, as he's just basically alone. He does have an E50M friend, but he wasn't as committed as Verwe was to this push. As John peeks up to land a huge shot as well, and that's Verwe taken out.
I mean, suffocating.
Yeah.
I have to question a bit of the methods here. You have seen OP run this exact same strategy yesterday against defend and attack.
Yeah, you have to be
this weak center, staggered setup. They're wanting you to, if you give up them the south control, they're going to be able to work out those heavies in the middle. And if you try to make pressure on the AB line to pinch the mouse, they have that 60 TP in the IS-7 ready to stop that push from coming in. And meanwhile, the grill has angles everywhere. Yeah, I think if you're going to want to beat this, and given that the fact that they have more medium tanks, I think you're going to have to look at probably a south control and a little bit weaker mid as well.
And one thing I don't understand is why would you ever commit 3 tanks into that cap and not hold south, right? Without a plan on just immediately pushing over. They just sat back, bled to death. Like, if you're going to commit 2 E50Ms in the north, you better be ready to repush the second that those tanks get lit in the south, right? Like, them trying to do damage control and send a CS south with a 1v2 and try and get an RHM in the north, it's just confusing. I don't understand those decisions because it's just contradictory to what their initial setup was.
Yeah, speaking of initial setups, I think Stacked was honestly fantastic there. The mouse just denying the 3 heavy tanks on cap from being able to do anything, and backed up by the grill with its laser gun that does 1,000 damage. They're not able to peek the mouse, so the 3 tanks that are sitting on camp aren't able to do anything. They might as well just have only 1 guy there, because all they're doing is denying the mouse from getting cap points, which you don't need 3 to do. And then, I mean, the setup from Stacked was good, and then for some reason Ruve thought it was at all acceptable to attempt to take the aircraft carrier there.
Yeah, that was a little confusing. And the thing is, we're talking about Stacked ran this identical strat yesterday. It was like tank for tank, position for position, call for call, right? And you have to be somewhat ready for it. Like, I get it's fog of war, but hey, you get vision on these tanks for the first like 15 seconds of the game. You see kind of what they're doing. So why are you set up like this? Why put double E50M north if you're not going to bring the CS and overpush with your 3 tanks in mid? If they did that, they could have killed the mouse, might have been able to kill the IS-7, something else happened. after. Push that grill at least off of his position, force him to back up, because if he gets lit, he's not going to be doing nearly as much damage. But either way, they just kind of sat back and ended up letting themselves lose.
Yeah, and Stack doing an excellent job of correcting some of the mistakes that they made on that map against Dopamine. For example, this game they had John in the grill in the back rather than in his IS-7 on his side. That probably made a difference in them winning that match. Or that round, sorry.
Yeah. So we'll have to see. Stack though 2-1, and I was just talking about it in the previous match. Going up 3-1 in your series is a fantastic feeling. So Stack can win this game. MLP has to be perfect the rest of the match, and they've kind of shown that they can. At least so far, they're not showing me that they can be perfect throughout several games.
Yeah, I think what I want to see from them is to play a little bit more up tempo. I'm not saying like apes together strong type of up tempo, but like they gets into a lull in the match, and it seems like MLP starts searching for what to do. If the game has a nice flow to it, like the series with the Bears, you see a lot of their games with a lot of back and forth and movement and kind of ideas, and that they were able to come up with these ideas really easily. But when it gets to a lull and you start having to make tough decisions, they haven't been able to do so well. And I want to see them, try to keep up some pressure.
Yeah, we can see the lineups: 460 TPs, double E50M, and an RHM for the side of Stacked. MLP on the other hand with 260 TPs, a BZ, CS, double E50M, and RHM. So MLP is a lot lighter in the tank composition, at least 4 super heavies for the side of Stacked. They got the 2 super heavies and a BZ75. See how that kind of plays into it, as Stacked is wanting to set up kind of similarly, not wanting to give up the South, realizing like, hey, if we're putting a tank on the cap, we need to control South to at least be able to protect it if we're not wanting to just immediately push on up and over.
Yeah, and it's another idea here. They're going with I wouldn't really call it a weak center, because they are the 160 TP back and the 2 toward the artillery strike area. But they're doing this combined with a harder South play than what they did last time. But what they don't know is it's actually matched by MLP, which could get them in some serious trouble as we're watching Def right there.
This is risky. Remember, proxy's 25 meters.
Yeah, and here comes Very. Very's gonna look down here. Deft now getting spotted. He's gonna have to try to get out here as fast as he can.
Very's mad.
That shot up, and Very's dumping into the low ground on top of this RHM. He's gonna have to get some support, but he's going the wrong way. He's gonna run into the CS63. He's gonna take another shot down to 167. He's gonna fall very soon. We get some 60 TP shots up high. Very drops down to 158. We've got a full-on brawl here down here in the south. It's gonna result with Very.
But it's double 50Ms.
Here comes the E50M of John the Terrible. They've got the DPM. As you mentioned, that reroll ability is going to do a lot, and on the run goes Rev.
Yeah, and not only is it double E50M against the CS and an RHM, but they're getting ram damage and they're just pushing them around, bowling them, and that ends up being a 2-for-1 trade. They're looking like they're wanting to take up, potentially up into the radio tower, but Nicholas is not going to be in a very favorable position. Ruiv sticking around a little bit too long as well. John's going to be able to land one in here most likely with the increased accuracy, not actually having a reload. So either way, this is a good start here for Stacked as they're up 4,000 HP. A gun as well. Ruiv getting taken down. Nice shot there from OP.
Yeah, and we're seeing a bit of a north move now. It's kind of all MLP has. They've only got 4 tanks remaining. We got 3 on cap. And they're corralled in. They're all kind of pinched. We're seeing Silent try to run. Nicholas is in the hill area, and as soon as they start lining up angles on him, he's done for. And A-King is on a silver platter.
These are just tearing up MLP, and Nepal's trying to do damage control, try to spot out John, but it's really not going to matter. They're down 5,000 HP, make that 6,000 as well. Down 2 guns on top of all that. Nicholas is in a bad position. He could just get picked on by triple 60 TPs, farmed, but they're just going to go over on A-King even. Within 1, and there he goes for full HP down to nothing in just a couple seconds.
Yeah, well, a big issue they had this game. as in that fight in the south, yeah, they were able to find that RHM very quickly. He's the tank that has the least brawling capability, and the fact that the 60 TPs from the south side of mid that Stacked had, they had those 260 TPs, they had the one on cap and two playing toward that artillery position, firing south that MLP didn't have. That gave them a little bit of extra damage, along with that DPM from those W50Ms. They were able to find it.
Yeah, and the thing is, it's again, Stack just feels like their strategy was synergizing very well, right?
Agreed.
They were going south, bringing a double 60 TPs, ready to get support. Also, it's double 50M in an RHM. So even though the RHM got caught out at first, they focused the important tank. They killed the singular E50M of MLP and had double E50M. So even though they're down a little bit HP, sure, the 60 TPs getting shots in helped, but they wouldn't even be needed because double E50Ms with that ability compared to a CS and an RHM, it's not even going to be close.
No, straight up the 60 TPs getting shots on the E50M of
It was huge.
Furry, I think that pushed in. Yeah. Them shooting south won their team the south brawl from mid. If Furry doesn't just basically pop there, then I mean he probably lives and like gets to brawl, and that's temporarily a 3v2 there.
Yep.
And it's again, why are they playing so aggressive mid or south, sorry, with no mid presence, right? Like if they're wanting to just put very light mid presence, maybe push north because synergizes a little bit better. But instead of pushing out south with no support against a team that has support and a better brawling composition to handle that tank fight anyway. It just feels like it wasn't super well thought out, as Silent did 0 damage in his VZ, just 2 misses. The RHM only doing 1,000 damage. Verwe, sure, he did a lot initially, but wasn't able to do much after. And those damage numbers are quite anemic for a 25% damage increase. No one really doing more than their HP pool.
Yeah, I think I'm not sure. I'm pretty sure it was OP that was shooting towards the south, and I think at least one more
Probably.
60 TP from mid. I'm not sure who though.
Yeah, look at those 50Ms damages as well. 4,500, 5,500, 3 kills there from John, just showing how important that south can be when played correctly, as they did 10,000 HP combined damage, actually 2 damage short of it, compared to just about 4,000 for the side of MLP for those 2 medium tanks combined.
Yeah, I don't like where Deft went. I think that was way more aggressive than he needed to be, but it did end up working out, so I'll give them that. Yeah,
it was big brain bait. So
also
Stacked. Yeah.
I love that. I mean, the game was already over at this point, but when they were pushing over onto A-King on cap, I was like, oh my god, defend on attack. You guys got to take notes. Look, when Stacked pushes in and focuses out A-King, he dies.
Not giving A-King a second there, as
no more 5800 IS7 games.
Exactly. So Stack though playing super well. In Blue, but looks like your prediction might be right on the money here. We'll see if MLP is able to take this next game here and Mies make it that 4-2. But I guess we had a little bit more faith in MLP, especially what we saw with them in Verbology, and what we saw with them even in the last match. Even though it wasn't pretty against Defend on Attack, it was still 4-1 victory. But looks like Stacked might be taking this 4-1 at this point.
Yeah, I don't think MLP deserves a 4-1 against Defend on Attack there. They didn't play as if they were 4-1ing, so many of those games were closer than they needed to be.
So far, the community predictions have been incredibly off as well, might I add.
Everyone
predicted on Defend on Attack to win. Everyone predicted on MLP to win now that they won. And so far, community has been 0-2. I mean, of course, I guess MLP could still win.
This map's not over, or this match isn't over yet, but
that's true.
MLP really, it's do or die every round from here on out. So you guys got to kick it into high gear, or else you are just out. Goodbye. You
have to kick it into some gear at this point. They looked amazing on that one Oyster Bay game. Outside of that, they've looked lost. It looks like their strategies don't make any sense. They're getting outcalled, outplayed, outstratted, out everything in the other 3 games. The other 3 games have been dominant. It was not even close, any of these 3 games that Stacked have won.
Yeah, MLP better put it into maximum overdrive. Otherwise, I mean, I think they just lose.
And get the VTech rolling over 9,000 RPMs, right? So see if they're able to take at least a second game here. But either way, I don't know. MLP, I just want to see some life out of them, right? Like they've had such a good tournament run so far, beating out the Bears, beating Defend on Attack, and to just have it end in a 4-1 and come out with no money to show for it. It's pretty depressing. Yeah, look at that prediction like we were talking about, 64% on the side of MLP. It was 70% Defend on Attack in the last match. They saw MLP come 4-1 and everyone's like, hey, now we love MLP, but gets just rolled by Stacked. I'd find it funny if Stacked has a favorable position going into that final match, and then if they get rolled as well, we'll have to see.
That would certainly be something, yeah.
Yeah. And something to note, like we mentioned, Stack did beat the team of MLP in qualifiers 4-2. So they're not in unusual positions, either of these teams. This has happened before. It's might have been a 3-1, maybe it got to 3-2, and then Stack was able to close it out. So it really comes down to this last potential game as it is on match point here.
Yeah. And this is such a shame because I've really been enjoying this MLB Dark Horse arc.
Yeah.
It's been quite entertaining watching them beat up the Bears, and I mean,
they put away the Dark Horse and getting out a normal horse, I guess, and it's getting shot.
Yeah, this horse has a broken leg.
It's got a broken leg.
It's a lame horse.
Oh,
it's like got the wrong horse out now. As it's do or die time here for MLP. They really got to put something together. Let's see what they got. It is Klondike. They did win. What was it? Both games, I think, against. Yeah, I think they picked the map 2-0. That's really right. So they obviously have what it takes if they can make it happen. See if they lock in that E3. I'm wondering if they try to put it north.
That is. I think the E3, after seeing that ability work, kind of nutty. It's gonna be pretty interesting.
Yeah, absolutely. So let's see. Stacked does lock it in, double 60 TP and IS7, double E50M and E3 and an RHM versus MLP with that 60 TP, double IS7, CS, double E50M and an RHM. So I am curious how they're going to be able to use that E3 here. Like mentioned, I kind of expected to go north because we've seen so many brawls and so much of the game be decided just with that north play. But it looks like both teams actually trying to fake each other out. This is actually interesting. We haven't really seen this. Keep in mind, you get spotted by that RHM for about 15 seconds. But it's funny that both teams had the same idea.
Okay, guys, we got spotted.
Teams.
Okay, wait till you're unspotted. Okay, turn around. Everybody turn around.
And we're going to have to see. IS7, double E50M, they shouldn't be able to catch that RHM off balance, but this is interesting. This is the first time we've kind of see a Southern play from either of these teams.
Yeah, it's a lot of tanks up on that hill, and we're gonna see if they're able to catch anybody off guard here. We're looking at all these E50Ms rolling about, and we're seeing now Stack. They've decided to go back further north, and what can these E50Ms get themselves into?
Yeah, and so far the C3 position kind of confuses me because they're just obviously it's a slow tank, right? But if you're going to have it just sit at the back of the map, why not something with maybe a little bit more mobility, a little bit better accuracy? If you're wanting to put a tank, Grill's amazing in the position they have that E3 right now. Of course, it's not going to be as good in a brawl later on, but still, definitely a weird choice so far. Have to see if it works.
Yeah, I'm kind of interested to see how MLP decides to play off of this area, as we can see these E50Ms going down the ramp here now. What do they have in store? Are they gonna just leave this CS up here, rotate out, and then maybe look for a little bit of map control north? Or, you know, it's kind of a bit odd, you know?
Yeah, and let's see. I thought maybe Deft had eyes on that recon tower, but we haven't seen any team actually take that on this map yet, and for the reasons like we were mentioning, it's a very tiny circle. It's in the middle of the open, basically blind fireable from every single direction. It's just too risky to be bothered with. So honestly, I don't even fully know here. This game's just kind of slowed down. Stacked is taking some good map control, and it looks like MLP is preparing for a northern repush.
Yes.
I think it can work if they can get here completely unlit the rest of the way.
Yeah, they're gonna have the IS-7 WFDM and the RHM. If they're able to get this IS-7 out unspotted, that's gonna help as well. So that's gonna set them with 4 main combat tanks and the RHM, which is more useful than regular, versus the IS-7 E3 and E50M and the RHM of Stacked. Stacked has the double 60 TPs committed to the center, and the E50M at K4. So it is a 1-tank overmatch for MLP, but they are going to be the one to make the move first.
Yeah, and
the RHM is getting a strike first.
yeah, honestly, yeah, I like to play. Just get the RHM, just get the strike real quick, get out. And it's either Stacked wasting their strike to just delay it by a good, 20 seconds, or just letting them have it, right? So it's either baiting out a strike or getting your own.
They maybe, I don't know, they're not going to tank trade. They're actually going to remove the CS from the hill location and add that to that northern fight. As we see, the RHM got the strike. He's leaving out now. All these tanks are going to amass at roughly A6, and we're going to get a big old fight up here.
Yeah, here comes the play. Let's see when these tanks get lit. More than likely right where A-Kane is. A-Kane does get tracked. Frugo,
and here come the tanks up and over.
Down.
A-Kane's going to be the first one up, but smartly.
Goodbye.
See you later, buddy. Nepal's going to get absolutely nuked. Shooting that E3 is going to be rough because he's going to get that reload boost if they keep shooting him. Jacobin out into 1777. Shots pouring onto him. Silent shooting Frugo. Frugo now on 1265. If they're going to shoot that E3, they need to get it out pretty quickly. Very split, focused fire. Fairway's going to go down as well. Ghost is getting some shots in here. Frugo still alive. Very split, focused fire. Not onto one tank. The E3 firing off another one. 366. He's going to get finished off. Jacobin now 1010 HP left, goes on 124. John the Terrible is sitting up here in the sniper's perch, just ruining the days of MLP, and they are down a lot of HP, Hitman, and 2 tanks, and it's looking really rough.
Yeah, it is looking rough indeed, and I'm pretty sure that E3 did almost 1,000 damage in one of his last shots, and also high rolled for 877 to get a finishing blow. Jakafa not able to, able to find a penetrating shot. Can Silent, he probably does have a beneficial angle, and not able to roll high enough to make this one count. But MLP, this is their tournament exit, it looks like, as they're down to just 900 HP and only 2 tanks. So the push not working out, firmly blown up in a millisecond, and the rest of the tanks just did not have enough to keep this push going.
Yeah, and it's I hope everybody in chat can give the applaud to MLP. Gave a pretty good tournament run. Unfortunate shot there from John the Terrible. But in the end, Stacked just looking masterclass over MLP.
Yeah, and we predicted it to be a close game. I mean, both you and I, Scott, predicted MLP to even take it. But in the end, Stacked just coming out on top 4-1. Not even close. An even more dominating win than you thought, Bloop, and you were the only one predicting Stacked to win.
Yeah, it's kind of a shame. Like, for plot, I would have loved MLP to win, but honestly, after how well they didn't do in the previous match, I didn't see them taking this at all. I would like to say, though, John's position that game was phenomenal.
It was great.
He was just sitting up there like it's 2017, and he's just boosted up on mountain pass. He's breaking a camp. He was just sitting there farming. I think he did 4.8k.
Yeah,
from the
Rube did a bunch of damage, but Nepal was only 1 shot of damage. Verwe with 2 shots. That's not what you want to see out of your E50 and brawling tanks. Almost 5,000 damage, 3 kills from that E50 and sitting in the high ground. Frugo with 3 shots. He did bounce one, but still just a menace of a tank. Just did all he needed to do there to distract the MLP, and Stacked is just dominating that one. So we'll have to see. They're going to get a rematch against Dopamine for the grand finals. And we'll have to see who is able to take it. Of course, they are playing for $2,000 for first place. So going to be exciting here. And I don't know, it's been a great night. It's 3-4-1 so far. Are we going to see anything other than a 4-1 in the grand finals?
Well, I think we have to, because it'll be potentially a 5-1.
literally. Yeah, you have to. see
Oh,
something.
true.
It's
you
a best
have
of
to
9
see-
finals.
That is a good point. Maybe it's a 5-1. Maybe it's the 1 is the magical number of wins that these teams can't seem to get over.
Yeah, if you win 2, you're winning the match. I am excited because it's a best of 9. There's more maps, and I'm still crossing my fingers, hoping that we get to see an Ents game, so that at least 2 of the games are fun to watch.
Yeah, we have more of a chance to see Ensk, and who knows? Maybe we'll see Ensk in both games are 10-minute draw fests, and we're like, okay, we never want to see Ensk again. But either way, so far we see the tournament bracket. We see Dopamine. They've only had to play 2 matches so far: 4-3 against the Bears, 4-1 against Stacked, and now they're meeting back against Stacked in the grand finals. Again, like I mentioned, there is no tournament reset. If Stacked wins, Dopamine does not get another chance because we don't want to be here for another 3 hours. But at the same time, Stacked,
Speak
this
for
is going to be the
yourself.
That's for
third.
you, man. I'm here all night.
Hey, fair enough. Maybe I'm the lightweight one, but Stacked, 3 matches. This is going to be the 3rd match of the night. It's been a long night for them, but hey, they've earned themselves money. That's what matters.
True. Both teams have guaranteed at least $1,000 between them. So this match is just to double their winnings.
Yeah, not only do you get an extra $1,000, you also get 50,000 extra gold, which, hey, you know, it maybe gold's not everything nowadays. It's easier to get it, but it's still pretty nice, and an extra 10,000 bonds. So definitely a lot of reasons to want to get first. And Dopamine has been pretty dominant so far this tournament. The closest match was the Bears, who got eliminated, so they just have to beat Stacked again. They've already shown they can do it, so we're going to have to see if they got what it takes here, but I think we are good to go to break here. So, yeah, we'll be back shortly and with the grand finals of the Onslaught Legends Cup.
Yeah, can't wait.
I'm excited.
Yeah, it's
Sure hope this break starts.
And we're back. Welcome.
Come
Hey,
on.
we're back with the finals. We got
We got
Like,
hopefully you guys are
Seventh time
ready.
we're
got all
making
the
this joke.
teams. We got. Yeah, dude,
Listen,
it's fine.
Bloop, it doesn't get old.
Yeah.
Come on, Keith, please just switch the scene, man. Come on.
Hey, listen, you know, it's And we
Just
are
in
back.
time.
Yeah. So we are back with the grand final with Dopamine facing off against Stacked as a rematch of the one we just saw a couple matches ago. So we did have Dopamine winning 4-1, but Stacked, they absolutely have what it takes to adjust. And we're going to have to see if they're able to make this a little bit closer. Of course, it is a best of 9, so first to 5. And yeah, hopefully it's going to be a little bit closer of a game. All we've had so far is 4-1.
Yeah, I mean, I think I said this a few minutes ago. This cannot be a 4-1 because it's best of 9. So you need 5 games to win.
It has to be something a little bit closer at this point because so far we had a couple of great matches yesterday, right? We had the Bears and Dopamine going to overtime. We had MLP and there's going to overtime. The Bears just love overtime, I guess. Now that the Bears are gone, we have no overtime. So I think we found the issue.
Yeah, the Bears are the real content extenders.
True. Stacked, we're seeing a roster again led by the mighty, fearless leader of OB Hacker, Kill Range Coman, Jackafa Fruko, John Blaze Deft, and Got You Baby as their roster. So honestly, a lot of these players I wouldn't say are the top of the NA talent, at least traditionally, I feel like most people would agree. But at the same time, they've been playing super well together so far. Dopamine on the other side, Spirit Walker, Dark Ninja, Nexus, Ferret, Owl, Kern, PM Blur, and Choppa. And that is kind of more traditionally of that top roster. Spirit, Dark Ninja, traditional, great players. Blur, kind of more of the recent in the last couple of years area. PM Kern, kind of been around for a while now, as top in competitive scene, as I'm sure you would know Bloop. And it's definitely an exciting team.
They're the homies.
Let's check this community prediction. So Dopa definitely the favorites.
Might be the first community prediction I agree with.
It's over with. My prediction is foolproof.
True.
I have gone against Dopa due to the community prediction being wrong 100% of the time, and I have predicted Stacked this game.
Hey, maybe you're going to have to be able to. Maybe you're right. Maybe you're able to big brain the system, beat the house.
I'm here. I'm quite the savant for predictions. As last season, when Hitman and I were to do the predictions, I came out on top. So what can I say?
I think I go for content predictions, right? That's my excuse. And also, I always let you predict first, and then I would guess second. I never wanted to be the same. I got a lot of copium that I'm huffing, right? And I got a lot more of it if you want. My excuses.
I got a whole tank back in my room. I can go get it for you if you want me to. I'm not even joking. I got a whole tank right back there.
Nice.
Does it have 3 X's in a jug labeled on it?
No, that's I can't.
Or is
bring
that something else?
I can't bring that out on this stream. They probably wouldn't like it.
It'd be funny though.
Yeah,
It'd make the viewers go
right.
up, which I'm sure they would love that.
Yeah.
Yeah, but we're going to have to see if Stacks got what it takes. They played last match really well overall. Like, almost every single game felt like they just had total control outside of that singular Oyster Bay game. Very different from how they looked against Dopamine in the last match prior. It looked like they're just kind of all over the place. We had John flipping on his side, right? It was a mess of a series, just mistakes galore. And they're going to need to clean those up. Dopamine is no team to mess with. And if you mess up, Dopamine's going to be able to win that. And let's see if Nexus is able to take home, maybe another tournament win. It's going to be like, what, his second out of his how many year career? I think it's like 8, at this point.
Yeah, he's pretty bald, pretty old. Yeah, I don't know. Stacked, they didn't play as well as you would hope. Obviously they just came off of a 4-1, but even in some of their wins, you still had Deft going to a really just stupid position in his RHM, getting picked for free. That game did end up working in his team's favor, but I don't think that Dopamine will be making the same mistakes that will allow Stack to win while throwing away an RHM, if that makes any sense.
Yeah, no, I definitely I hope that Stacked as well can adjust to what we saw previously. They had a dominant win here against a solid team. I think that's going to give them some confidence going into this game. But at the same time, they're having to play back-to-back series on top of a series that they had just played earlier in the day. Like they're already have played 10 games, right? Potentially, if this goes to distance, that's 19 games in a single day of high stakes matches, and this at a grand final against a super good team. They're not just playing some random team anymore, and we'll have to see if they're able to got what it takes to take home the W.
And Nexus is a big nerd. He will have been watching these games, and he will have been looking at what OP Hacker is doing.
Absolutely.
And if OP thinks that he's going to be able to run the same thing that he cooked up 3 matches ago, I don't know. Nexus will probably be looking for a way to counter it, so OP better cook up something new.
The amount of blood flow Nexus is able to get into his brain with that very large neck that he has is just impressive, and he uses that extra oxygen to make
big arteries
mistakes and cook. Let me tell you.
I guarantee Nexus keeps like strat sketches of every caller on every map and charts down what they do and like tries to find trends between like strats that they've ran in the past and strats that they run now to predict what they do in the future. Nexus is one of these people that dedicate hours on hours of replays and just analyzing, and that's honestly a reason that he has been kind of on the higher end. He's put in the work. And even though it hasn't been for a huge amount of monetary gain, like he's put into work to kind of be that one of the top callers really on the server at this point.
Yeah. I agree. Good analysis, man. I agree with the words that just you said.
Yes.
Yeah. Yes.
Good. And just in case anyone just joining, not knowing what these teams are playing for, like I mentioned, first place of getting 150,000 gold split across the members, 40,000 bonds, and 2,000 real life dollars. You know, it's not Monopoly money. We also have second place taking them 100,000 gold, 30,000 bonds, and $1,000. So quite a big difference between the prize pools of the first and second place teams. Of course, both of them have secured money, and it's made the time worth it for them.
Yeah. Well, I mean, yeah, I like the in-game pricing is nutty. The cash pricing, pretty good amount. Like you're gonna be able to go out and get like a real nice dinner, like real nice dinner. What I'm saying, take somebody out, go get you like a 5-star steak, and really sit there, and you can pull up your video on how you just absolutely dominated the other team.
Yeah, and we do have Ghost Town as the first map selection here. I'm wondering if this is correct. Is it real that Stacked Dopa gets a map pick without the Stack getting to be able to ban a map and then gets a ban before Stack can pick Cliff? If so, that's a pretty crazy advantage being able to do that. Of course, after Ghost Town and Cliff, we're going on to Klondike, then Glacier. So kind of a similar map pool to what we're used to. Ends being one of those first banned maps, so we're not going to be able to see it in this tournament, sadly. Just not a very popular map for Onslaught. People just do not like those close quarters games.
At least,
I don't know.
At least we get Cliff. That's always fun.
I think Dopamine getting the huge advantage in terms of map pick ban kind of makes sense because they are coming in from the upper bracket.
That's true. Actually, yeah, that's exactly why it's done. Just realizing. So, yeah, basically being at upper bracket because you don't get the match reset, you don't get a second opportunity if you lose this. They not only get to pick a map without Stacked being able to ban it, but they ban a map away. So Stacked is stuck there with, hey, they pick their favorite map and maybe they ban either one of ours or just a map they don't want to play, and they have to kind of go from there. So a very good advantage. I kind of like the way they do that, considering that we can't do a true double elimination, and we'll have to see how Dopamine's able to use that to their advantage this series.
Yeah,
see if they get 2-0'd on their own map.
What do you guys think we're gonna see this series? What's like your for predicting overarching themes? What do you got here?
The weird thing is, at least from what I've seen, is almost every single time people are just getting destroyed on their own map pick, right? Like it was MLP's map pick for that Oyster Bay, and they ended up going to 1-1. Or actually, no, it was vice versa. It was what's its face MLP that picked that second map of, I think it was Glacier, and they get wrecked 2-0'd, looked lost the entire match. And it's been like almost a theme most of the tournament is I feel like the teams start picking these maps and then just getting destroyed on them and then just going and destroying on the opponent's maps. I'm wondering if we're going to see something similar to that. See if Stack's able to 2-0 Dopamine on Ghost Town.
Yeah, I mean, that would certainly be something, because didn't Dopamine 2-0 the last Ghost Town in the match like an hour ago?
Yeah. Yeah. That checks out. Certainly checks out.
So we'll have to see. As we can see the community prediction again, Dopamine definitely the favorite, 66% chance of winning according to community. Community's always been wrong so far, so like Scott was saying, he is predicting Stack to win. So we'll have
5-2. I got
5-2.
5.
You got stacked 5-2? I think I'm the opposite. I got Dopa 5-2.
I got Dopa 5-3. I'm kind of in the middle. So
I'm letting it hang out for the
honestly, Stacked is one of those teams that feels like they ride off momentum. They got 4-0'd and then they got 4-1 and then they're 4-0, right? They're either been dominating or getting dominated so far this entire tournament. They haven't had any close series.
Yeah, that is true. Very true. So true that it's a fact.
It's true. Yeah.
There was a tournament that I ran. Nexus was calling, and he made it to actually this has happened a few times, because I'm going to even go to a more notable one, which was Community League, and he made it to there was a double elimination, makes it to the finals of the double elimination as the winners bracket. He knocked the Bears into the lower bracket, and then they came back and just
got like 5-0.
thumped them 5-1. Just see you later, buddy. Have a good one. It was 5-0 or 5-1.
It was a 5-0. I was on Team Flare at that time.
Oh, that's right. And then it happened in one of my tournaments. The same thing, but he got 5-1. And,
I generally try to repress those, so
Nexus
thanks for making
in
me
the
relive that on
finals.
stream, man.
How were the comms? Was Nexus able to remain calm in that situation, Blue?
I think he was just like so sad the entire time.
Oh man,
That fits Nexus's MO.
Nexus. Oh
He
man.
was really like, oh man, oh man, guys,
Oh,
this could have gone better.
So
No.
we'll have to see that Nexus in finals. I was kind of joking about it earlier, but I know he's won, I think, one major tournament in kind of small format. I bet he's probably won some other things here and there that I just haven't been paying attention to. But either way, I know he's had his demons from finals, as you're mentioning, getting 5-0'd, getting like just swept in those final matches. So we'll have to see. They just beat Stacked, but that's also, according to history, a reason that they're going to get destroyed here. Scott is really big.
I actually put some thought into this, and because I think you guys cooked the Bears. Like, it was like a convincing 5-3 or 5-2. Then they come back and it was just not even close. Like, Octo'd been he'd been sitting there the games before, he had an exam or something, really tired, really sleepy, spent 2 days sleeping, not looking at anything, not preparing any strats, getting rested up, hibernating as a bear would. He comes up, he wakes up that morning and he goes, I'm about to destroy Nexus, and that's exactly what he did.
So, of course, Octo is not the catalyst of this game here, as you can see our predictions.
Nice prediction, Blue.
What? That's not what I predicted.
Well, you're
was my prediction for the last
You're
one.
predicting 4-2 for. Oh yeah.
I said
they
5-2.
They did not update your prediction. You did write 5-2. So we'll get that updated later. But
Europeans,
either way,
man.
hey, no problem. But either way, it's going to be an exciting game. Like we mentioned, usually the team that defeated Nexus in the past was the Bears, but they're not in the tournament anymore. It's really up to them. They have no reason, no excuses if they end up losing this match. They had the advantage of being able to get their own first pick without a ban. Then they banned a map. They have huge advantage just from that alone. Not only, they've already come off a 4-1 victory, so they're in Stack's head a little bit, perhaps, here.
Yeah. Let's see what happens if Stack comes out and starts cooking. Does Nexus get flashbacks?
It just starts out like 2-0 and dopamine just flops and just 5-0 and we're just out for the night, I guess. But we'll have to see. Dopamine, when you get an opportunity to first pick a map before your opponent can even ban a map, right? Usually what you want to do with that pick is pick your opponent's worst map, even if it's not your best. Like, most teams have a permanent ban, right? Maps that just they never want to touch, they never want to play, don't want to do anything. You pick that map because they're, even though it's like, hey, we've had a 60% win rate against good teams on it. Well, hey, team has no idea. Does not matter. And Choppa is going to be able to get the strike. He was the one that was first drove on it and, of course, did not get shot. So, see how he's able to use that to his benefit.
Yeah, we're going to see some one-line pressure. That's where Dopamine currently has I don't want to call it an overmatch. It's these two E50Ms are going to get a little bit of extra map pressure and able to get on this strike. But the double 60 TP from Stacked carrying that extra HP is going to be able to anchor this a bit better. So you're not going to get a push through here, but you're going to be able to try to open up some angles toward the middle of the map that Dopamine could use to their advantage.
Yeah, Blur taking a huge
takes a
shot
big
there
one,
from
yeah.
that 60 TP. Exactly what we're talking about. Now PM has committed for the strike, but he's not in a super nice position. It's going to be tough for him to get out of there if he does decide to leave at some point. Of course,
Yeah,
having said that, I guess he can just go on the inside. He does get lit though. Can anyone get a shot in? No.
This is really interesting. The teams have kind of matched each other, tank for tank. We've got the RHMs playing back and forth at the rear of the map. These E50Ms are matching 60 TPs. Now that you know that you have those 60 TPs there, I know they at least spotted one. I'm not 100% if they spotted both of them yet. Those E50Ms, as I mentioned earlier, you've got tanks that you can move around the map. Those E50Ms are very much one of those. So they can realize, hey, look, Stacked has these 260 TPs here. We can maybe make a play on the other side of the map. Let's see if we can possibly do that. Or, you know, look for advantages in small places. Because these teams are pretty mirrored against each other right now.
Yeah, I was going to say the positions are almost perfectly mirrored. Like the 60 TPs on the 7 line, the IS-7 705A brawl, the light tank in A4K4, the tanks on the 1-2 line. This map is already mirrored top down, right? Like Ghost Town is essentially almost a perfectly mirrored map. There are the ever so slightest subtle differences, but not only is it mirrored in concept, it's just mirrored in this exact strategy of both these teams. So far, Dopamine has been winning the strike game though, and that's been important.
I think I really prefer Dopamine's position here. They would have the ability to move one or two of these E50Ms out and then make a play down the 7 line. I think they do like where they're at in terms of getting these strikes, maybe just getting some chip damage. As we see, Jackifa is down about 1,000 damage from Choppa here, and
it's mostly the strikes.
Yeah, it's strikes
landing.
and just little HE shots. Kind of just getting that chip damage.
Yeah, they keep wanting to strike so badly, and they just keep HEing each other, and then just getting the cap priority. And a miss there from the CS. It depends. How much HP do you got, right? Like, it really depends. When you're in small format, you really should be carrying a large amount of HE, especially if you're going to be planning to play a position like this.
Yeah, we do see that strike captured again there. And you know, it's HP whittling. Like these tanks over here, the two double 60 TPs, they have almost 4k HP versus the E50Ms. You know, they're sitting there around 3,000. It looks like Dopamine is down like a decent little bit of HP, but they can move that HP around the map, and I think that's really important to think about here. Those 60 TPs are not going to move anywhere fast.
Yeah, so HP slightly in Stack's favor, but that is mostly due to compositional differences. The bleed has been pretty even across the board. CS taking a shot or two, Blur taking that 60 TP shell in the early game, Gotcha Baby's taking a couple, and Jackifa's taking a couple. So bleed's basically been identical, and Dopamine does have a much more mobile comp, of course. Only 2 heavy tanks with that E3. So really have to see how they use this mobility. If they really, I feel like, should be looking for a repush somewhere. And I wouldn't be surprised if it was at some point on the size 7. and maybe getting some tanks down to 0 line right to push off
Yeah.
that CS. But that's really
Yeah.
the only opening I see right now in Stack's defense.
They can do that or do like a slow 7-line pressure and start to take away some angles. You have to realize that whatever play you make, it needs to be relatively fast because those 60 TPs, while not quick, are going to be able to move into the fight. And if they're able to get there in time, you lose. Those E50Ms are not going to out-brawl the 60 TP due to the fact that the 60 TPs can trade so much better and they're rocking a lot more HP.
Yeah, so have to see. Dopamine has done more damage so far, so at least in terms of a tiebreaker, we're still 4 minutes off from that, right?
Another
But
strike.
so far they are winning. Choppa with another strike. That's the main difference in this game so far, is the strikes. And look at the
Oh,
double
this is a
60
play.
TPs.
Yeah, Stacked, they are going for a 1-2 line play here. They're pushing 3 tanks into 3. It's the RHM. They're also double stepping up these 60 TPs into the middle. We can see them pushing across. Spirit Walker in the E3 is going to be able to match them. But here they go. They're going to find one tank close in PM in this E50M. They're going to have Blur sniping in the back and Hockey. We see Hockey take the first shot there. A bit of trading. Jackifa taking a lot. 1244 instantly there onto OP Hacker. And that just evens it up. Now that DPM of the E50Ms is going to matter a whole lot more if you start tying this HP up. And it doesn't really matter how much damage that tank at K1 takes as long as he can't be one-shot. His HP isn't as valuable as PM's here. They're sliding these tanks up the middle. They're trying to pinch out these E50M hitmen.
Yeah, they are absolutely trying to, but so far to bleed heavily in favor of Dopamine. We're down to 3 minutes left in this game as well. So we're going to have to see. Stacked is going to need to make something happen, whether it's this cap or the one-line play or really anything, because
Seeing a
if you
0-line
don't
play
make a
from
play...
Dopamine right now as well. As you can see, the medium tank is now up to about E0. This is going to cause a pinch onto that IS-7. The 705A is going around right now as well. We can just see this happening on our mini-map right now, and it looks like they're going to be able to bring that heavy tank, the IS-7, down very quickly. 217 left on his tank. Choppa and Ferret both trying to line up that kill shot. Not going to connect it quite yet. Jackifa's coming off of reload. They're trading back and forth. Jackifa's coming around, and Choppa's able to bring him down. So that's big for Dopamine, able to find a tank, and they still haven't gotten much down on the other side of the map for Stacked.
Yeah, that 2v2 is dominant for the side of Dopamine. Not only do they get that kill, but they're pretty healthy in doing so. That CS still sitting at 2300 HP along with Choppa. They could eventually dig out that tank at D0, but it's not even really going to matter. They can honestly kind of chill at this point. It's 2 minutes left. They're up HP, they're up kills, right? It's not really... Only PM is really open to be able to get killed, but even if they do take them out, they're going to bleed so much in doing so that they're going to go down in HP again. So
yeah. Oh, here's Nexus. They're opening up another angle here onto Coman, playing in the middle. Coman's going to be pushing forward with Got You Baby. Spirit in this E3 is going to play the wall against them, but Hockey has smartly come in to also play support against them. Coman just going across. He's going to try to find Spirit, but you know, he's bleeding. He's going to die. Spirit's now got that reload. We see him pop that ability, takes a shot, instantly comes in. Hockey able to pick up the kill, and it's looking pretty
let's
over
guns
here.
up.
Yeah,
and
OP kind of went a
Dopamine...
gun up there. I don't know if it was intentional, but that's what happened.
Yeah, and the thing is, Stacked was so heavy that, and the thing is, they just bled so much, they lost a strike game really heavily on that 7 line. 705A just being a much more formidable tank compared to that 277, and just being able to dominate that strike position, not being able to have a one for themselves. Kind of talked about it before, it really puts pressure on the Stacked. Them being able to do so much extra damage means that you don't win the tiebreaker, and if you can't win the tiebreaker, if you're heavier, it does not matter. As John Terrible getting sat upon.
This is what we like to see. John just with the outplayed. Oh man. And he said, next, who's up next? It's Hockey. Hockey's gonna go in there. Barrett's gonna go in there. John still surviving and thriving. Hockey down to 11 HP, and see you later. There we go. Hockey with a kill.
See you later. Dopamine with a solid victory here. It was basically a mirror matchup, but we just saw that push on one line not really working out for Stacked, and also losing that off link so heavily, even though it was an equal 2v2, just really being a difference maker. And Dopamine starting out super solid here. It's like we were talking about before. They just look in control. Stacked looks super great against MLP, but just kind of looked lost in this game. They didn't really know what they were wanting to do.
Yeah, the duo of Chopa and Ferret being able to control that strike on like the 7 line, I think that was really good from them.
That's
They
huge.
got so much value out of that strike and only needed 2 people. And Stacked also had 2 people invested to that fight, but they just weren't able to produce the same result, which was getting a bunch of strikes down. And then Stacked having 3 tanks on the 1 line that ended up just not really having much value at all. I guess it kind of allowed them to control the 1 line strike, but I don't know. It just wasn't enough. The guy that they had on cap did nothing. And then they tried to push off cap into an E3, and that didn't work.
Choppa in that 2v2 did 5.4 thousand damage compared to the IS-7 doing 2,000. That's such a huge difference. Yeah, it's damage plus just damage overall. Like, them being able to control that strike. I've mentioned it before, but these zones are incredibly important. Minute and a half cooldown, 15-second capture, right? You can get like 5 of them a match, right? Maybe even 6, considering that it starts off cooldown. And that potentially, if you're doing 700 damage a strike, which is optimal, right? That's over 4,000 damage by just controlling the strike point alone. That match lasted a full 10 minutes. They had full control of that strike the entire game. And you could see he did 5,500 damage, and a lot of it was strike damage. It's just controlling that, the opponent not having their own. It ends up swinging a battle so favorably in your favor. It's just hard to really come back from unless you have an immediate response to giving up one of those strike zones for free.
Yeah, I honestly am just a big fan of how Dopamine played that. They fought, they know what they wanted to fight for. They did it very well, and it straight up won them the game off of it.
Yeah, so have to see what Stack's response is. Of course, this is Dopamine's map pick. Like we mentioned, Stack did not get a ban before Dopamine was able to pick Ghost Town. So it's kind of like what we were talking about before. Whenever you have that kind of an opportunity, you want to pick a map that your opponent's not good at. Like, you almost prioritize that rather than being good at it yourself. And we already seen Dopamine be good on Ghost in the previous series against Stack. So they're just kind of keeping that train rolling, being like, hey, we already destroyed you guys on Ghost Town previously. We're just going to keep that going. What are you guys going to do? What answers do you have for our strats? And so far, Stack has had nothing.
Yeah, and I think this comes back to Stacked losing the previous match. They didn't have time to come up with new strats because they had to play another game. And
Exactly.
They didn't have time in between that game and this game because, they did map picking and they're like, okay, this is what we're playing. What do we have?
Yeah, they literally go from finishing that game straight into map picking that map, having about 5 minutes to prepare for the game, and then going straight into it again. It's no time to adjust, no time to reflect on mistakes. And we really have to see. So far, Dopamine with the strong start to the series, it's a best of 9, right? You have to get 5 wins, and that's just 1. They need another 4 wins here to be able to take the series. So a ton of games left to be played here, potentially still, as we see Dopamine. Looks like they're bringing a 60 TP, an IS-7, 705A, CS, 50M, and an RHM. Meanwhile, Stacked bringing a 60 TP, double IS-7, CS, E50M, E3, and an RHM, as it is officially locked in. So Stacked electing to bring that E3. Dopamine's been able to make it work so well, but they're just electing like, hey, we don't actually need it. We'll show you that we can win without it as well. So no matter what, Dopamine very confident on this map pick.
Yeah, Stacked opting for a significantly lighter lineup. They are going to be contesting the 705A with the IS-7, same as last game. It's going to be Spirit piloting the 705A this game for Dopamine. We'll see if he's able to be as effective as the 705 was last game, as we do see the IS-7 got to the strike first, but it's not the first one that matters. It's all the remaining ones afterward.
But he does secure it. It's already better than last game is gone for the side of Stack. They actually got a singular strike. And honestly, Ferret, I don't think you waste this HG. Wait till this is back, because doing these pot shots for potentially 20 damage at a time, save them for the resets on the cap. Like, the strike is infinitely much more important than your 30 damage a pop.
Yeah.
And also, it's blind. Keep in mind, normally those tanks are proxied right now, but since it's a 25-meter proxy range, they're not even spotting each other.
The we're not really seeing the exact mirror that we got last game. Stacked has a much greater zero line presence than Dopamine this game. Dopamine has literally nothing out there. Most of their tanks are kind of toward the one line, and um, and in the back. It looks like they are maybe looking for a play or looking for a way to deploy them and try to find a pick through that they just haven't decided on yet.
Yeah, and the way Jackafuss set up, it really makes me feel like he's about to waterfall down that zero line with the RHM. Maybe try and get on the outside, pick this 705A, right? Which I honestly think would work really well right now. Right now, Dopamine
It's
doesn't
gonna.
really have a
I think
response
they're.
for
I
it.
think. I think
However,
Dopamine's baiting on it or betting on it. It looks like they're gonna do a pressure into the middle. I think that they know that they have a lot of tanks committed to the zero line, so they're
they're
gonna
going to
take
go
a
into the
more
S7,
important
I
position.
think.
Yeah, they're gonna take the whole middle of the map here right now.
This could be interesting.
They're gonna turn it
Stacked
over the
has
top.
6 tanks here. It's not like Stack's not ready for this sort of a push. Everything's lit. Here comes the dump.
Yeah, how long can Spirit survive here? They have an E50M out of the battle for both teams. John pulls around, able to find the first shot here into Spirit, and here comes the cavalry. They're going to be pushing onto the E3. The E3's backing up. They're creating crossfires with Frugo and the E50M, and they have some tanks supporting. So it's setting up with, you know, pretty good odds for Stacked. They just need to play it pretty well. Dopamine does have the high ground. We see some shots traded back and forth. Spirit now on fire. That's pretty important. John the Terrible and
This is
Coman
good for
trying to
Stack.
pick this 705A. A couple more shots is going to be all it takes. Coman puts one in. Spirit now down to 103. Is he going to be able to get one more off? Yeah, Choppa on fire as well. 2 fires for Dopamine this game. Spirit able to get another shot of damage off as Coman does pick him up. Frugo able to pick up Choppa, and they were folding over the top, but they just didn't really have the tanks to support that
Gotcha,
705A.
baby. How do you bounce the side of a 60 TP point blank in an E3 that has like 400 APCR pin? And yeah, that's the thing, is this push, it ended up getting spotted out. And that's what I was saying. Stack had 6 tanks on the 890 line, and they were all set up to support that singular 60
Yeah.
TP kind of in that center area of John, along with the IS-7. And they ended up just not really being able to push in anything. You saw them back out of the push midway, but Spirit was still trapped down there. And then you're pushing into an E3 that has the extreme reload if you shoot it, so you don't really want to shoot that. So they ended up just kind of backing out of it and like, okay, well, now we lost Spirit. The south push repush didn't work. The E50M just got completely obliterated, and it's like, oh well, we did nothing. So that's going to tie up the series 1-1. So already looking a little bit more competitive.
Yeah. I think Dopamine had an idea for like how to make that play, but the timing really did not work out for them. They pushed into nothing except for an E3 that was hull down, and all the tanks were already set up to farm them. So both teams kind of made their move at the same time, and they got no picks other than bleed.
Yeah, and I saw that damage for a second there. E3 doing 4,500 damage. That's what I was talking about, popping that fast reload. Choppa just not able to do anything. He was one of those tanks in the south, along with PM, and they just kind of got destroyed. Spirit doing pretty well, but I mean, he was the only tank able to do anything, just 4 shots of damage. And that was a really poor push there from Dopamine. It really felt like both teams that made that first move ended up just losing it. And you know, the first game, Stack tried to push to 1 line. This time, he tried to do a little cheeky push down to 7 line, but ended up all getting lit for it and just picked apart.
Yeah, I'm not really sure what the point of that push was. It might have just been like, oh my god, I'm 144. Jesus Christ. Hocus pocus, camera focus.
Blur,
I don't
Tev.
I don't know, but Jesus Christ.
Blur.
Yeah, I think that the reason Dopamine pushed that was because they were trying to save Private Spirit, but I think that if they just had like one guy north farming off of him
Yes.
dying, like preferably a medium, not the RHM, and just like having cap pressure and just controlling the other side of the map, which has 2 strikes on it, by the way, that would have been a lot better for them. I am so blurry.
Give it
You're like Dopamine's vision with that push, not really knowing what they're pushing into.
get
And
the finger over the camera lens. Can we get it to refocus there?
Yeah.
so that was
I'm
Dopa's
ready for this.
pick.
After watching that painful round of Ghost Town, inject me with some Cliff. Please.
And we'll have to see. This is Stack's map pick, of course, and I'm sure they do love their Cliff. I don't think we've seen it too much from them so far, but I of course, OP hackers always like Cliff, at least as far as I can remember. Even like Clan Wars, I know we played it more times than I could count. So we'll have to see what they got for us, and hopefully they're able to at least make it 1-1. Of course, if you're able to go 3-1 in a best of 5, it's not as good of a feeling as a best of 7. But of course, both of these teams, a 3-1 lead, it's very demoralizing, especially in the finals. So we'll have to see if either of these teams are able to take Cliff in a 2-0 fashion.
Sorry, I'm just losing it at how blurry I am.
Oh, it's so good. And moving on to
no.
Cliff here, Bloop, who do you think's got the strategery down for Cliff?
I mean, I think Dopamine's Cliff has been quite clean so far, from the few bits that we've seen of them, right?
Yeah, no, I'll be honest, I'm trying to remember Cliff in general, but honestly, I feel like Cliff, it always feels like the nameplates are removed, just the way that it plays out. Everyone just goes mid and fights it out until it's over. There's never really any like, man, that was a great strategy. Like, got to see what they do next time, but either way, we'll have to see how these teams decide to approach it. Most of the time, we're still seeing in RHM, we're still seeing pretty balanced lineups. We had that one game of Defend on Attack bringing, I think, 60 50Ms in an RHM, and they just pushed into nothing and died. So definitely favoring those more balanced lineups.
That's like their theme as a team: push into nothing and die.
Or you know, in the case of MLP, push into something and kill them. So
yeah, as long as it's not aching, whatever they push into generally works.
Exactly.
Then in the theme of Defend on Attack, it's push into anything, and regardless of what the the outcome is.
Yeah, and we're gonna see the lineups. Okay, maybe I was wrong. The teams are gonna be switching up a little bit, as it almost looked like they were about to run the defense or Defend on Attack strategy, but it looks like they're kind of settling down. Dopamine bringing a double BZs and 40 50Ms in an RHM. On the other side, Stack bringing in a BZ CS, 40 50Ms in an RHM. So very similar lineups. The only thing that's different is a BZ instead of a CS 63. And we'll have to see how these teams work. I feel like this is quite different from the previous Cliff games that we've seen. We've seen more CSs, we've seen more heavy tanks, less E50Ms. So going to be a very exciting brawl. I wouldn't be surprised if everyone's going donut right now.
Yeah, having that one CS does give Stack a bit of flexibility, like as far as like being able to take the hill. But we're getting a big. Here we go. We're getting a big 1-2 line commit. Stack is going to for sure
begin
go
your
ahead.
push.
1-2 line is beginning their push. Command's going to be going toward the outside, taking 1,000 damage right off the bat. Hockey's holding the outside, looking for some shots toward the inside angle, and those EVDMs are pulling out, rifling off some shots and pulling back. Stack is going to get the slight advantage for the positioning. Now Dopamine's top side tanks are going to be committing to the low side. Here come all the low side tanks from Dopamine as well. There we go. Spirit's going to be picking up John the Terribles, who's going up the ramp. Ferret getting very low, 611 HP. Choppa and Hockey will be focusing the outside tanks. You can't leave that F1 position alive. 1200 HP now down on Coman. PM looking to pick that up. Ferret down to a one shot, and Coman able to pick that up before he goes down. But only one line tank left for Stack. The high side going well for Stack, as they're trying to pick up the tanks. Tanks are in favor of Dopamine right now, 3 to now 2, as now Dopamine needs to fight their way back up the hill. We see Hockey coming up here. Jackifa down to 432. He needs to fall pretty quick. OP Hacker getting a big shot of damage there off. Blur now down to 154. Frugo playing the offside, should be able to pick him up, and he does. Down goes Blur's
Frugo's in such a good spot.
And it's an uphill battle, quite literally, for Dopamine here, as Stack controlling the top side and creating those crossfires with Frugo just constantly shooting as it's just getting a lot of farm. Def now committing, going low, trying to finish off the PM with Kappa. He will be able to do that very soon as PM dies on the high side. Nexus is the only remaining tank for Dopamine, and he does not have long to this world.
Yeah, and the way that Dopamine had set up was to get that initial bleed. I honestly was thinking like, hey, Stacked is going to have that advantage in the high ground. Dopamine got some good bleed on initially, but giving up the positions ended up being a pretty big decider as Stacked was just able to win the high ground. Sure, they lost some tanks in the low ground, but Dopamine has to re-push in the top. If they don't, they get stuck against a bunch of hold down tanks. They can just shoot and do whatever they want. They can't push the north, can't push the south. And Frugo in an amazing position, just farming the back of them. They just kind of backed up a little bit, realizing, hey, we don't even have to really do anything because Frugo's just farming them in the back. So really well played there from Stacked, well thought out as well. And just dedicating like, hey, let's take the bleed, take the better positions because we'll win the game after that.
Yeah.
Frugo being in just like the god spot, honestly, they're just sitting up in G3 holding that crossfire, honestly just like winning his team the game for free just on position alone. Dopamine had to re-push up the 3 line from the low ground in the 2 line. Nice observing. Sorry.
Yeah, but we can see the damages as sure PM did a lot of damage, right? BZ's it's pretty average all around, but Frugo doing 5,000 damage and not offside. The RHM doing 3,502 kills. That is why we see the RHM so much, as the DPM of it is pretty good for a light tank, pretty good HP as well. And of course, that recon ability being the cherry on top, we wouldn't see it without that. But Frugo doing 5,000 damage in that offside position there.
Yeah. Dopamine tried to make the play for the bottom. It's almost like they got caught up in 2 different ideas. They started with they didn't fully commit. They got the bleed. They did get the tank down first. They did that stagger step. They waited on the corner, got a couple of volleys off. Then they decided to go in. Well, the reason they decided to go in is because their tanks from the top were also folding into the donut, and it forces their hand. If they don't go, their tanks folding in the donut die for free. So they needed to make that play. They pinch in. They kill the tanks on the low side from Stacked. If you leave that tank out wide, you're going to lose. And it was just a really awkward position to be in.
Yeah, so going to have to see how Dopamine's able to come back. We can already see the demons starting to haunt them as they're down 2-1 after dominating them previously.
Dopamine got their 1. Is this going to be Stacked picking up the next 3 to get the 5-1
win? The game's over. I'm sorry, guys. Spoilers. It's 5-1. We already got the script in from the office. Man, can't believe they did him dirty like this again.
You hate to see it, but the thing is, before the game, they only gave it to me because I'm the big brain gamer.
True. They
Part
just
of the
got it
Nexus
to
storyline.
us. They uploaded it to you. They had to fax it to us, so it took a while.
Yeah.
So either way,
I got the page. They told me what was up.
Yeah, we're going to have to see if some similar ideologies come this time around. Maybe a Dopamine just runs it back, the very aggressive lineup, and like, hey, we're better than these guys. We just need to maybe take the high ground, right? Let's not take that low ground. And one really interesting thing about the recon plane, right, at the start of the game is because it spots people for 15 seconds, you know how many tanks are going down to the donut on each side, right? They knew it was a 4v4. They chose to play it out like that from both sides. They decided to kind of sit back a little bit and let them go up. So it's interesting. Basically, every team has full vision on, especially a map like Cliff, and they're still deciding to play it safe or play it more aggressively, even knowing how many tanks are there.
Yep, and a lot of it comes down to kind of what we did see last game. Having the CS does give it you a bit of speed, and they went for the extra commit with obviously having that CS. Once you control that wide rock on the 1 line, you either need to contest it or kill it.
Hey, guess what? I think this is the first mere matchup of the entire
It
match.
is.
Or the entire tournament. So we got double BZs, CS, triple E50Ms, and an RHM for both teams. Saves us the time of reading out the comps. And both teams kind of going way more aggressive up in the north here. But I like Stacked right now. They have really good donut presence along with the presence in the middle.
I thought he just
Choppa.
fell off. Choppa tried to cross him, even up
Ooh, did they get the double
the
track?
donut. Oh, but he just got roasted. He tried to cross to even up the donut presence, and he got completely roasted for it. That's gonna force Dopamine to try to make an outplay here. It's still, even numbers. They pushed up and over, contesting this high side of ramp. They've got more tanks up here. They're trying to focus out Coleman. Coleman down to a 1065, 749. A couple more shots going to bring him down. Now the low tanks from Stacked are getting involved in the fight. They've tried to focus on PM. He's down to 500. Coleman's still alive. 143 left on his tank. PM's going to be the first tank to go down. Spirit providing some fire in as well. You see the tanks from the donut trying to get involved. Ferret's running around. Hockey's trying to take Hill. Coleman is still alive. Hockey finally able to bring him down. Ferret now to 837. Frugo's trying to finish him off. Now to 444. Nexus fighting John the Terrible. He's going to be the focus for Dopamine. They need to try to find this kill as fast as possible. Ferret looking around. He's going to go down. John the Terrible able to find the kill. Nexus now down to 1457. He's in the middle of all of Stack. They have their guns aimed on Fleur and Nexus. Jackafa able to pick up Hockey on the hills. We got a 1v1 that's not super important going on the other side. John the Terrible still alive on the one shot, but Nexus is now down to 378. He's going to get dropped. Blur's going to be next, and that's going to be the series going to 3-1 Hitman.
Yeah, and Deft has just been a nuisance for Spirit, right? Spirit was trying to fire into the middle brawl, but then Deft was just kind of ignoring Spirit even existing, trying to get shots in. So Spirit's like, well, hey, I can't just let this guy get offside shots. But he's just such an annoyance that Spirit wasn't really able to perform as he would have wanted to in that offside position. So Stacked, realizing that advantage after getting that bleed into Choppa, like, hey, and that's what I was saying. They had that advantage in the donut, and they had really good presence in the middle, and they were just able to kind of roll around, get Choppa killed, and then just able to easily win it from there.
I've got good news, boys. I've
that?
channeled my inner 1080p. I hope.
Really?
Yeah.
How does it feel?
That's been the issues. You actually had it set to 140p.
Yeah, my
it wasn't
camera
actually
was
blurry.
It was using JPEG compression. And
So,
now I think we should be good.
dude, Scott is looking like the mastermind right now.
I've got it
3-1
figured out,
is
brother
Stacked.
man. I've got
After
it
that
figured
very
out.
first game, I was thinking, man, Stacked is still looking pretty lost. But now they're coming back. Streak of 3 games as Jackafa. I saw that. You can't hide it. I saw that was 5,500 damage, and I think it was 2 kills.
He was absolutely popping off in the
3
mid-roll in his 50M.
Look at Choppa. Didn't even fire a shell. Or
No,
he
he-
fired a shell. Sorry, he just
He
bounced,
bounced
it.
it.
That's
Man.
even worse.
I think that's a bit of like not knowing the timings for this particular setup, because like a lot of the attack defense timings are known with the tanks that are more common there. He tried to cross and it did not work like at all.
Yeah.
That E50M
No.
got cooked.
He got tracked, and I thought they were going to get the double track, but it did not even matter. Got him down to 13 HP, I believe it was. Jack of a 15, 15, 15. Super clean there, and 3 kills as the spectators pointing out here. And solid game there from Stacked. They're taking a commanding lead in this series now.
Yeah, honestly, there's no excuse for Choppa to be thinking that cross is acceptable. This is the grand final of an Onslaught tournament. You need to know, hey, is this going to be a thing that I can do and live, or am I just going to die doing 0?
Well, the
And just
question is if
imagine-
he was called to do that as well. You know, it's like it's 50-50. I don't
Well,
know if it was
okay.
like, hey, bring that tank mid. We have to have another tank donut to win that. Or if it's like, oh, I can just do this. Either way, it's just bad, as you're pointing out.
They
Yeah.
they ended up pushing over in the middle anyway. Like imagine having an actual overmatch for that brawl. That'd been pretty
Yeah.
cool.
Yeah, they
I
could have
think-
just, if they overpushed, that would have been great, because those 2 tanks were going around the side, and it's either going into Spirit on that outside or having to circle back and try and get shots in from the back. And either way, I don't know. It's just not good from side of Dopamine.
Yeah, and with where Spirit was, he was like, if they decided to commit a tank to push him, they would have to full commit and that's a potential 1v1 that Spirit could win, or just
Mhm.
drop off. Or if they Spirit, he's in a CS, he's going to be able to rotate into the fight very quickly. There I am in my 1080 peak glory.
Yep.
Yeah, so we're going to have to see if Stacked is able to maybe pick up another game, maybe another 2. Like we mentioned, it's the 4-1 curse going to maybe a 5-1 curse. It's just basically if you get 2 wins,
I am
you're
cooking.
winning the series.
I've got the secret recipe. I've got the script right here. Let me tell you,
It's-
I've been reading it all night.
You can read? Sorry.
Yeah, there's not many people from Kentucky that can read, but let me tell you, I'm not one of them.
You're like top 1% literacy in
1%
Kentucky.
reader in Kentucky. Reading
That's
on
right.
Olympics.
I know big words like cup.
Do you have the best words?
I got all the words.
Nice.
Yeah, but it's been an exciting set of games here so far, as you know, it's the 1-1 on Ghost Town Stacked, dominating these brawls on Cliff. I forget, I believe the third map is Klondike, so we're going to have to see, or I know it is a map. I forget exactly what it is going next.
That's good. I'm glad.
It's one of the maps in World of Tanks, probably.
It's one of the maps here. In either way, it's Dopamine's backs against the walls now. You know, if you lose one more game, if you go down 4-1, it's not fun to try and come back from that. And it's very rare you see a near reverse sweep.
Yeah. The tilt factor. Where are we at right now for Dopamine?
Yeah, honestly,
I mean,
it's-
knowing...
I think they're still okay.
yeah,
But if they
I don't
lose
think...
another game, I think that's when it starts to set in.
I really don't think Dopamine is like the team that's gonna be just, you know, really panicking right now. But there's definitely gonna be some sort of like, we gotta step it up now, guys. Like, come on.
Oh
Community, you're looking real foolish right now. For the third time in a row.
Oh my god.
It really was the community prediction. It's the community anti-prediction.
It's the community prediction curse. Truly, whoever the
It's the-
community picks just gets owned.
How could
That's
you guys
right.
curse Dopamine this way?
Oh,
But
no.
yeah. So
Moving
I'm sure we'll get
on.
into
Bloop, you've got more experience than I do playing with some of the people on Dopamine. What do you think? What do you think their odds are at this point?
0%.
Yeah, I'm gonna go with 0%. It really could be a 5-1 for Stacked this next map, unless Dopamine just like gets something going. But the way they've been playing, they need to step it up, or else they just lose.
Yeah, I mean, after such a dominating first game, to just get convincingly 3-0'd after that, none of these games have been that close. You could argue maybe that first Cliff game was a little bit close, but even still, they had it pretty convincingly at the end there. Like, they had, what, 3-4 tanks alive? And yes, heading on to Klondike, so had it correct there. So we've seen it be super slow with the Bears in the past. We've also seen it be crazy fast with Defend on Attack. So it really depends on how these teams want to approach this map. But more than likely, considering it's the grand final stage and it's for all the marbles, I expect it to be slowed down quite a bit from what we've seen in the last series that we were watching.
Yeah, and you know, speaking of like one of those slow games that we had, it was Dopamine playing all the fine corners and trades really well to just destroy Stacked in that first game. And if we get a lot of more of those grindy matches, I do kind of like Dopamine. I think that they've been able to play them pretty well. But Stacked showing that with the quick decision making and absolutely huge brain of OP hacker, they've been able to really shine in those moments.
Yeah, absolutely. So have to see if they have what it takes to, you know, try to close this game out. Potentially they could close it on Klondike if Stacked is able to take this 2-0. So
5 E50Ms.
this is
They're
very
wanting to
reminiscent. Yeah, wasn't it Defend on Attack that did this? Sent everything north and then just died. So we'll have to see. Dopamine is able to take this brawl if Stack's is willing to handshake it.
It's a full north commit from both
All
teams.
teams. And the thing is, Dopa isn't really technically full committing.
Yeah.
They're getting that E50 in the mid. 60 TP
This is gonna get
kind
really
of
messy.
play supportive.
Here we go. It's going to be Hockey stepping up here first. He's going to spot some tanks, fires one at Koman, not able to connect it. Koman does take a shot of damage, a couple of shots. He's going to move into the middle. Oh, he takes an ammo rack. That's going to be his repair kit already down to 2274. These two tanks pulling up on the corner of Ferret and Blur. Not going to be able to do a lot. As we see, there's a firing line. Oh, Frigo getting spotted. A little overexposed. He takes a couple of shots, so Bleed very much in
And
favor of
Choppa.
Dopa. Nope,
This
look at
is incredibly important position.
This is what Defend on Attack should have done earlier. You get this position, and you can start trying to work out these heavy tanks. Nexus does take one in the middle, and you can start trying to work your angles. These heavy tanks can't play everywhere, and Koman is, he's kind of hemmed up. He's a little bit stuck.
Yeah, and now it's kind of slowed down. The weird thing is Stacked is rotating out of this position. This doesn't make sense to me. They're bringing a CS out. They have the
They're up and
RHM out of
overing.
the fight.
They're going
because this
over
is
on
it.
Koman. They pop all these, their reload abilities if they've got them, and they're going to come up and over onto Koman. A few shots now connecting onto him, down to 472. One more is going to take him down. Koman's going to drop. They find their tank pick. They're able to keep Choppa alive. Someone will have to overexpose in order to finish that E50M off, which they're not going to do yet. Ferret's holding the offside angle, and they're just slowly but surely working the corners. Now we have Hockey coming across the bridge with Spirit. EPDM, they're going to pitch out John the Terrible. Frugo's trying to find a way out to the outside angle, but he's not going to have a lot of help. Jackafa getting focused down. 461 left on that E50M. He's going to be down to one shot. Down goes John the Terrible. Hockey moving in, trying to find the pick. Frugo doesn't have anywhere to play. He's in no man's land. Barrett looking to pick him off, as now Nexus is going to be the focus on the other side, but it's not important. You lose one tank for your whole team, for the whole other team, as Jackafa is going to fall, OP's going to fall. Dopamine looking really good here.
Yeah, and technically HP is pretty even, but the issue is the guns. It is 5-2, 4-2 now, and it's going to get cleaned up here. And I don't understand that from Stacked, right? They're bringing 5 E50Ms, very obviously one into broad and north, and then you commit a tank very deep there. Great, that's still okay. But then you rotate out of the position. You bring your CS out, you bring your IHM out, you leave a skeleton crew really to defend just 4 tanks, and then they just take 6 tanks themselves and just over push it. It's so obvious it's coming. Like, half the tanks are proxied. You know where they all are, and yet you just let that happen. Like, if they had another tank or two there from the very start, they might have been able to hold that push. HP was pretty close until the very end, so I just don't understand the decision to handshake up North Brawl and then just leave it midway.
Yeah, what on earth was Choppa doing that game? I saw him rotating in from min. I was like, that's not good. He shouldn't be there.
Yeah. I'm trying to even remember which takeaway it was, Choppa.
Yeah, he was the E50M that started mid and then rotated through mid.
Yeah,
showing
I was
his
thinking,
ass to
I'm
the
like,
TP.
it's weird. They're not going to commit fully up there, but then he very wisely got into North and, kind of caused that I7 to back off, kind of giving it away from his support a little bit. So I think it ended up working out pretty well. He did go down pretty low, but he stayed alive, and that's the important part. He was just able to make his gun count. So
did he make his gun? He did bottom damage, and he was like 200 HP for the majority of that game.
Well, he took the volley and then he survived. And I feel like in terms of that echelon, right, you're against a bunch of E50Ms and an IS-7. If you can just take a bunch of shells and survive on 1 HP, you're happy with it, right? Like, even if you don't do damage, you're the reason that your team was able to do damage. And I feel like that's all he needed to do in that position. Like, I don't know. It's see if we can see the damage charts. Yeah, 1200 damage. He ended up getting picked up after that kind of initial brawl, but look, Frugo 200 damage, right? IS-7 that got picked 1000 damage. John only got 2000 along with the RHM of 2000. So that's the thing is, is Chop was the first tank picked off, same way the IS-7 was, neither of them doing that great of damage, but the other E50Ms, that's the difference. 4000, 3400, it's crazy games from all those E50Ms. And that's really where the difference came from.
I guess finally we're seeing some life out of Dopa, but even with that result, I'm still not entirely convinced. I feel like that wasn't in their control the entire time. There was sort of a bit of a panic rotation that Choppa made to go into the north, And then the North Brawl, yeah, it went their way, but that was, in my opinion, mostly due to mistakes on the stacked side, rather than like some fantastic sweeping call.
Stack's decision to rotate out of the north when all of the enemy tanks are spotted north already, very obviously ready to push, is just weird to me. That CS only doing 200 damage. He left the fight, came back to do a single shot of damage and dying. I think he was the one that picked up Choppa. I didn't actually fully see it, but I don't know if he just threw his tank away to do it or exactly how he only did one shot of damage, because he was not the tank that was initially focused out. That was the i7.
He certainly went into a really interesting position behind that the corner of the building that hid about his left track.
Yes, he just kind of like re-pushed into that fight, and then he was like, "Okay, I'm here, guys. What are we doing?" And then the team was like, "Well, we're all dead." So, and then he peeks out and just gets tapped by 50 M's.
Yeah, it's very confusing decision making there from Stack. But of course, it's just the first game on Klondike. There's still another game, but if it ties up in a series, if you're up 3-1 and you go to 3-3, it's like, well, that kind of sucks. We got a nice advantage and it's all thrown away now. And Dopamine, it would give them a boost of confidence as well to win this one. But on the other side, if Stack is able to bring the series up to 4-2, it is a great sign of trying to close things out. But it looks like we're going to see very similar strategies. Of course, it's not locked in yet, but it looks like we're going to have a lot of 50 M's again.
Yep. I hope we get another brawl. I just want to yell at my screen instead of look here at nothing happening. I love it.
Honestly, I feel like a lot of it is them trying to skill check each other, right? It's like Dopamine's obviously really good players. Stack's got some super solid players as well. They're just going into it like, hey, may the better team win, right? And so far, Dopamine won that last brawl, so let's see if they handshake it again. And if so, who comes out on top? Maybe Stack doesn't rotate out, right? They don't make that same mistake. Maybe they bring this IS-7, 6 TTP, RHM. Maybe they just bring everything north and just say, let's go. But doesn't look to be the case so far.
The brawling capabilities of Stacked so far is certainly higher, given that they have
good bleed,
better tanks. Some bleed, definitely coming in. Ferret is committing low.
And that RHM on the offside, sneaking away with that strike. So see how they're able to put that to use here.
Jackifa taking a nice little volley on his way in, and that IS-7. Well, he gets tracked. Ooh,
double track.
He's gonna stop. He gets behind the rock there, so a lot of bleed there. Those E50M's able to use their speed to get in here a little bit faster and find that IS-7 in an awkward position.
Yeah, and so far, Stack's just bleeding a lot. All these tanks just taking chip shots here and there. It's not, most of it's not onto one specific tank except for Jackifa.
Stacked has more tanks on the other side of the map as well. They've got this E50M to keep OP from playing the game, and they're even moving in the RHM to help him from not playing the game. And that's going to force Stacked, they're going to start making a north push. So it's going to be, can Dopamine receive this incoming push? And we see Frugo drop down. He's going to start coming in. John the Terrible taking a shot of damage, a couple of shots of damage. And here we go. PM and Ferret need to get into positions to survive as long as they can. Frugo moving in along the inside. He's going to try to find a shot here into PM. Not quite yet. They're closing these angles off, doing it quickly. Ferret turning around. Ferret and PM, they're trying to find some damage here onto Frugo. Frugo down to 999. We're getting a counter push from Dopamine. They've all dropped into the low ground. Finding Frugo. He's the first one to fall. PM now drops. We're getting OP, getting some shots in from the middle. The Coman still playing on the high ground. It's Ferret down to 700 health. He's going to fall with 2 more shots. A lot of tanks now down into the grinder. Spirit and Choppa have nowhere safe. Coman's getting free farm. Got you, baby. Takes a shot in return, but Spirit and Choppa are in serious trouble. They're going to fall quickly. 260. Coman's going to have it here very quickly. John the Terrible actually going to pick it up. Spirit falls. OP Hacker down to 2v1. Let's go to the trade back on the other side. Hockey running, but OP able to take him out as he is falling. Choppa now gonna get picked up by Jackifa's IS-7. It's a 2v6 hitman, and they are not able to get OP Hacker now because he's just gonna flip to the other side of the rock and say, hey, look, I got 5
OP
other
Hacker.
people looking at me.
OP Hacker literally just wasted the time of 2 tanks while they took an overmatch on the other side of the map. Not only did he survive with 1200, he's just baiting Nexus out. I think Nexus has kind of given up on this round so far. And super well played from him. And not only was he just distracting him, he was getting shots into that North Brawl while he was taking shots. So It was basically a 7-on-5 in a north, and the 2v1 in the middle doesn't even kill the one tank they're focusing. So really well played there from Stack. They're going to take this one to a match point now. It's going to be 4-2. And we were talking about it before. Dopamine, whenever they, backs against the wall, they get into the finals in the upper bracket, they tend to lose. And right now they're faltering. Your prediction's looking pretty good. So you did predict that 5-2.
Cooking.
Yeah, we'll have to see. Obviously, Bloop and my predictions are already wrong, so you're the only one that could be correct. And we'll have to see if Stack could take it in this last game, but crazy games so far. Really well played there.
This is looking pretty grim for Dopamine. They didn't convince me on the first Klondike map, and once again, they had like a weird E50M of Blur in mid, and then Stacked wins the North fight. If Blur was sitting on the opposite position of where Koman was, I think Koman, he was shitting on them. He did 4.8k from just sitting in the high ground in the E50M, DPMing into the brawl. And on the opposite side, you had only an RHM trying to mirror the E50M, but RHM just does that worse than the 50M. Then, of course, I think Deft was able to just go run at hockey, and then he died to OP in mid.
And one of those main differences is Dopamine in that last game. That tank, that E50M they put mid, they brought it up north for the fight, right? This time, they had the 50M stay mid and take a useless brawl against OP Hacker. That was another huge difference. It's just having that tank not in the fight makes it a lot more difficult.
I'd like to amend what I've just said, because he did do 4.7, and he obviously didn't do all that to OP. I'm pretty sure he was probably trying to get snipes into the North fight, but
a lot of it was in the OP, though, because he was 1,300 when that North brawl was finally won. So he took, 2,700, 3,000 damage almost by the time that North fight actually won. So either way, some questionable decision-making from the side of Dopamine. We kind of saw it. Both teams handshake in a North brawl, but Dopamine left tanks outside of the brawl this time. Last time, it was Stack that did that mistake. And it's just funny seeing the same exact thing happen and it causing their downfall. So we are heading on the Glacier, which is a banger map. I'm honestly excited to be on the Glacier for these potential last couple games. If Dopamine's able to take this 2-0, of course, it will be heading into Outpost on the last map. But like I was mentioning, Klondike being Dopa's pick, and they're able to do 1-1 on that map. So so far, OP's team with as Stacked is playing extraordinarily well and on the brink of taking home this game or this series.
Yeah, me and you look like absolute fools, Hitman. Our predictions are wrong.
Look, I thought it was going to be close, but I thought Dopamine was taking it right.
Ramsey, I've made a beef Wellington, boys.
Listen. If Dopamine takes the series, mine's the closest prediction. But if Stacked wins this game right here, you had it dead on the nail, as it looks like these might be the lineups these teams are bringing in, which, if so, very different. Stacked double 60 TPs, double CSs, double E50Ms, and an RHM. Dopamine on the other side with double 60 TPs, a BZ, E100, double E50Ms, and an RHM. Interesting choice on the E100. I honestly don't know where they can put that. That would be better than something like a mouse. Yeah, but why wouldn't you want just like a mouse holding that same position? E100, yes, better DPM. Ooh.
Double tanks high for Stack. They've changed up their strategy. It's going to give them a lot to play with. They're going to get the recon. And they are at a slight deficit to the south, but they can do whatever they want. But the thing is, they're going to need to tie up this cap. It's 4 tanks driving onto the cap for Dopamine and playing high. They need to figure out a way to contest this. And they're going to need to do it.
Contest it with a strike here.
They can only do that once.
Yeah, so we'll have to see. I don't exactly know how they intend to do this. Obviously, they can get the CS to go down, but if they do that, then they're just going to overpeak and kill the CS. So looks like they are going to need the 60 TP.
CS got
I
a shot
believe
from the high spot.
They're not going to be able to get the strike, so OP Hacker is going to get on the cap here in time, but this might just trigger an overpush.
Yep. So we see Choppa taking another one. That CS playing up high. He's looking for some shots down from the carrier up there. The tanks from Stacked are moving along the south. It is even. And here we go. Dopamine getting a bit aggressive. Blur looking to go up. He's taking a bit of damage. It's only 730. OP took more. The strike comes through. Decent little bit of more damage. Blur is still trying to go up. The driving not exactly stellar. Got you, baby. Putting some damage back into Blur. OP not trading out super well. He's going to have to play into 2 CSs. Gets a huge rocket ram onto one of those CSs, doing a lot of damage, creating some space. He's trying to get onto the low side where the E50M can support him. He's able to do that. And he falls off, but he survives. So Coman now on 122 HP. Nexus is the next one up. He's trying to make his way into this upper area on the hill. Ooh, Spirit cooking. Able to get the kill there onto the CS. Nexus is going to find a shot here onto Got You, baby. Nexus now on 152 HP. He's going to fall here pretty quickly. John the Terrible able to get the kill.
Look at the offside.
Choppa Misha. Yeah, it's a bit of an offside as well. John the Terrible playing against that, but these heavy tanks are gonna fall. Got You, baby. Looking for the kill shot here on the PM. He is gonna fall. Deft is able to get up on the offside. Ferret taking some shots from Got You, baby. It's a bit all over the place here right now, Hitman, as the E50M and the BZ aren't really doing anything.
And this is gonna be Stacked taking his game likely. They're up 2 kills, up 4,000 HP. The thing is, they sent that BZ up the hill. It just bled off of HP, and then he fell off the hill anyway. They just left the CSs to control that high ground. So John the Terrible's doing what he can against Ferret and his RHM, but it just doesn't matter. John and his RHM, it's the same thing that's happened every single match. They put tanks mid, Stacked wins offside, they get a ton of damage in that offside, and they can't overpush, they can't do anything, and they end up just losing the game because of it.
Yeah, Hockey is able to pick up Def. John shooting at Ferret. Finds one. Yeah, there's still a full healthy 50M of Frugo sitting down there, and that's a problem.
Yeah, not only that, he's going, actually Blur just gets taken out. John's going to get that kill, taking a couple in return. And that's going to be the series. Just 2 tanks left. Sure, they have an RHM, but full life Frugo. Can't really do too much against that. And 8 seconds left on this cap as well. And the thing is, he can't really get around the cap because John's got the side. He's probably going to get taken down here. But it depends on if there's any trade that's going to happen. Okay.
Oh, that was a sick drift.
It was a sick drift, but it's not going to be enough to keep his team in the game. And well played, Stacked. Dopamine looking like favorites through the tournament, beating the Bears 4-1ing Stacked, but Stacked kept all their strats in the back pocket, and they're coming out here 5-2, exactly like Scott predicted. Community predictions permanently wrong. It's the community curse, I guess, and that's going to be Stacked taking the series 5-2.
God, is this my moment to like brag? Do I get this?
At least we broke the 4-1 curse, but it's only a 1-1 map difference. It is just 5-2 instead.
Yeah, I'm kind of insane.
Some other lore that I can bring to the table is that Frugo has won Europe earlier today and also winning NA. So I guess this means Frugo is just like kind of objectively the best World of Tanks player on the planet behind me.
I guess.
Hey,
I mean, he's had a pretty rich day. I mean, there ain't many jobs you can do that making as much money as Frugo did today. He's cooking. He's feeling good, man. That's rent. Let's go.
Yeah,
absolutely. And Frugo doing 5,600 damage as well. Jacofo was 5,000 damage and 3 kills. The CSs did a ton of damage as well. The spectators putting some emphasis on Frugo's name, and he did have a great series. Stacked as a whole just played super well. Like, outside of that first Ghost Town game, right? It's just overall they had a really good series. They made one questionable decision on that Klondike map, but that's really it. They played a super clean series. I really love what they brought to the table this time, and it's such a big improvement over what we saw in their previous series against Dopamine.
Yeah, hats off to OP for being able to cook for... I mean, this is the 3rd match he's played today, right? Because he played Dopamine earlier, and then he beat MLP, and now he's beat Dopamine again. Or for the first time, I guess.
Yeah, so honestly, been an exciting match. Even though Dopamine doesn't win, they're still going to take home that $1,000. So just didn't double or nothing their money They just got the nothing side of it. So either way, super exciting. I don't know how much more we really have to talk about. It's been an extremely fun Onslaught Legends Cup. That was the last game of the entire tournament. So
Yeah.
been pretty exciting. But yeah, I know we're talking about potential MVP suggestions here, but I'm honestly not too certain. Really all of Cracked or all of Stacked played super well. I mean, I know Frugo had some awesome games, so maybe kind of siding on him, but either way, the whole team just played really well this tournament.
I think one of the observers had suggested my camera for MVP.
It's pretty good.
Let's see. So we'll see, because I think we are trying to figure out kind of MVP decisions here. Other than that, though, Stacked having a long night. This is the third series that they've played. They played 17 games within a 4-hour span. That is a lot of games to be playing. And we are deciding, I think we're deciding between OP or Frugo, basically the FC or the player. So I think we're basically ready to send it out. Honestly, yeah. I think we're going with Frugo as the MVP for that entire match. And I mean, basically the tournament as well with that. So Frugo winning EU, like you mentioned, winning NA, just dominating all servers, playing extraordinarily well. Congrats on MVP of the night. And I hope that everyone has a wonderful night. It's been Hitman. Scott, Bloop, I don't know if you guys have any final words before we send it out here.
Yeah, I'm going to stream after this. Follow me. Link's right there.
Nice. I
gotta get that out.
So. But either way, I hope everyone's had a great time. I appreciate it. It's been a lot of fun. And Scott, you have any final words?
No, I really enjoyed myself. The Onslaught mode is pretty interesting. I would trim the map pool and cut it up a little bit, but it was fun.
Yeah, no, it's definitely fun. But yeah, I hope everyone had a great night, and that's all from us. I hope everyone has a wonderful rest of the night here, and appreciate everyone for tuning in.
Yeah, it's been awesome. I can't believe they let me cast this. That's a miracle to me. My camera cooperated a little bit here and there. Yeah.
Yeah, it's still not cooperating even right now. You're like 480p right now.
No, that's okay.
As long as it's not we're 8-bit, we're good.
Yeah, so I think they're just making us be awkward in front of the camera.
Yes.
Oh.
There we go.
All right.
No.
Yeah.
One more time.